Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern. Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
If I'm President Clem, I'm wiping out every ounce of this, and then I'm going to get somebody really smart and knows a lot about who does what for us, and go through and cut this list and be like, okay, maybe Slovenia needs the 16,000 we give them. So, I mean, if you're Slovenia, you're like,
who cut that deal?
You're giving Congo $1 billion. Have you seen the bitches that we're producing out of Slovakia?
Yeah, that might just goes to the server for the Russian brides.
Yeah.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome, everybody. Yes, you can see our guest is none other than the infamous Tom Bean. Him and I are I'm no longer I no longer look like his fatter brother because for years, almost, I can't even remember, but for like at least a decade, Tom always had like a goatee and mustache kind of deal.
It scared me seeing him like this.
Right. Tom, Tom, when did you start what I got now? Because I copied off of you.
I probably, I've had it off and on for my entire life.
No, but you had this last one, you had a pretty big run with it. You had a good 5-6 year run with it, I think, maybe longer.
Yeah, I had it for a while. I just decided it was time for a change.
And so
you look 10 years younger.
He does. I went over, God, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago to have a meeting with him. And he usually, when you walk into his office, his back is facing you and he's on his computer nonstop. And he's got like this 57, like 62-inch big TV and this little piece of furniture. What is that called?
What's he got, a desk? What do you mean?
No, he's got his desk, and then behind his desk, he's got another work area that he puts.
It's called a credenza.
No, but what about where the TV is? Is that a credenza too?
No, that's
a hutch.
Yeah.
Okay. There's another big piece of furniture that he's got to the left. It's got a big, huge 68-inch TV, and he's always got some kind of like real.
Like stock show or something?
No, never TV. It's always like some kind of Zen, stream.
Like Sounds of the Mountain?
Yeah. So I think he's trying to be back in LJ. I think he's like, if I can't be in LJ, Georgia at my cabin, I'm going to bring my cabin to me via this 68-inch Willie. And
you could probably use some of those sounds in your life, Bubba.
Probably could. So then his back's always facing you, and so I'd be like, "What's up, T?" And he'd be like, "What's up?" And then I go and sit in my little chair right in front of his desk, and then he always turns around, and we talk about what we need to talk about. Well, he turns around, I'm like, "Oh, you're clean shaven," and I don't know if I like it or not.
Oh.
And then I started looking at it more, and I go, "I think it's kind of growing on me." I said, well, now you certainly, because we're only a year apart. For those scoring at home, he's a year older than me. And I'm like, wow, you look young. You look, what was that? Did your wife request it or did you just do it on your own?
No, I just did it on my own.
And then what was her, did you do it on your own telling her you were going to do it or did you just do it and then you came around the corner and surprised her?
Well, she loves me either way, but I think she prefers clean shaven versus the Sons of Anarchy look.
Yeah. So I then, Lummy, I don't know how many years ago, I started looking at Tom Bean's gray goatee, and I think, you know what, I'm going to try that. So it would be interesting, Lummy, for us to go back and look at maybe when
I think it was 18.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it that long ago?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm due for a clean shave, because if I could emulate Tom Bean in life, I wouldn't have any problems right now.
I think you should get rid of that thing immediately, Bubba.
You don't like it?
Now that we're talking about it, I don't.
Now that you can see Tom's, now that you can have a comparison to know a guy that used to have something like mine, and you can see what it looks like after, But Tom's skinnier than me. I do mind to shave. I just
de-jowl?
Well, yeah, to kind of like hide a half a chin.
I gotcha.
Tom doesn't have near the fatness of a face as I do, so it looks. You got to understand, it's gonna immediately make me look fatter.
I just think you would look friendlier if you didn't have it.
Well, I don't want to look. I don't want to look friendly. I want to look like a prick.
Okay. Well. Play on, playa.
Prick it up.
Tom Bean is with me and today, and he comes in about every 4 to 6 weeks. I think our rotation now, Lummy, is Tom, Tara, they're all T's. Tom, Tara, Tuttle, Lasker, and Craig and Rio.
Yes.
Those are our 5. Did Craig and Rio like the last time that they were here?
Oh, absolutely! Yeah.
Right. I actually got to go through my Wednesday schedule and schedule everybody up for October and November. So speaking of Tom Bean, and this is something that we tweeted last night, Lummy, and Tom Bean told me about. I was trying to buy some Bitcoin, Lummy.
Yes.
I had a few extra dollars.
Oh, okay.
Before I had to write a check to the IRS, and I can't buy anything now. I can't,
Can you pay the IRS with Bitcoin?
No, okay. I don't think so. But you know what? If they see that you got it, they'll lay the wood to you.
Oh, will they make you sell it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Tom will tell you I had to sell everything I had. They're like, well, Mr. Clem, you say you only got X amount of dollars, but you got, I had saved up to 1 Bitcoin, but I lost.
It's back up now.
Yeah, I lost. I lost money, so I can't have any stocks or anything like that until I get my situation resolved, and it's far from being resolved. But I went in for fun when Tom Bean told me to do this. This was 2 years ago, and so we were talking about Bitcoin, and Tom Bean's like, I don't like Bitcoin. I don't like it. I just don't like it. He goes, and I go, well, you may not like it, T, but it's gonna explode, and it's gonna go from here to there and whatever which way. And Tom says, do me a favor, go to Google, just Google this. You can Google it. And of course, Tom being the sensei that he is to me, he goes, no, as a matter of fact, Fatso, I'll do it, because he calls me names sometimes. He goes, I'll do it for you. So we're sitting at his computer. And he Googled Warren Buffett's top 10 holdings. So he did. And he goes, do me a favor and make believe that you bought however many shares of these. Let's say that you had $10,000 and you invested in these 10 stocks. And my God, after a year, I forget what the return of it was. And that goes hand in hand with, if you would just follow Nancy Pelosi's stock holdings.
Yeah, Nancy and Paul.
I mean, isn't there a website, Lummy, that shows you where all
the Congress,
all of Congress?
It's an app, isn't it? I feel like they made it really easy.
Yeah, I think it's an app. As a matter of fact.
Yeah, you can watch the problem with the Congress one though is that they I think it's 60 or 90 days to declare when they buy it, so you may miss out on some, but you can still see where they're buying.
Right.
So yeah, there's an app where you can see every single congressperson.
But Tom, I mean, you were right. The Warren Buffett's heavy on American Express. He's heavy on Coca-Cola. He's heavy on, I forget, a bunch. Tom probably knows. But I mean,
he doesn't have a bunch of NFTs sitting around?
No. Boy, that was a fad, was it not?
Sure was.
And is it ever?
They had me convinced, though, Bubba, that the future of art and everything was just going to be on a thumb drive.
Yeah, and then they had remember cities that you could buy real estate in?
No.
Yeah, that was it was kind of like Afterlife.
Yeah,
the game.
You could go and buy. Tom, were you ever involved in anything, or did you ever hear about that?
Oh yeah, I heard about it.
Where you could go into
you buy land for $30,000.
Yeah, buy some. They had this little Lego land. It's like the things that we were thinking back then, Lummy.
During COVID.
During COVID, you know what? I think during COVID made people dumber because they are bored, which causes them to think of stupid stuff. Yeah, Seth, there was these,
where you could buy a spot, a plot of land for your afterlife?
Yeah,
in Legoland?
Yeah, kinda.
Whoa.
And then you could, open up, a hardware store or a...
SimCity?
Yeah, it was realistically...
Snoop Dogg got involved in it.
Snoop got it.
It was when it was the metaverse.
Snoop Dogg has been involved in literally anything. I don't know.
It was metaverse through Facebook.
Yeah. And that's not even a thing
What
now.
a scam, Bubba. I'm surprised we didn't come up with something like that.
Bubbaverse?
Oh, yeah, the Bubbaverse, buy a spot, for the afterlife.
John Costica has the largest steel mill. Right?
Yeah, we're selling houses, $250,000.
Tom Bean has all the dominoes locked up, right?
We could start a little town, yeah.
Anyway, I don't even think that's a thing.
No one really talking about it.
Right. Tom, I think you didn't get involved, but you were researching NFTs, were you not?
Yeah, I looked at it. Again, it was interesting technology at the time. I mean, didn't work out, so.
I don't understand. So they'd be like, okay, I'm going to buy a picture of Michael Jordan Duncan. Now, I own the digital rights to that picture, but how do you police like Seth, if I own the digital rights to that picture, and some guy from Seattle tweets it, how do I own how do I get my money on the deal?
Well, it's no different than owning a piece of art or a lithograph or something that's a set of 500. They put a digital imprint on it that shows it's number one of however many, or it's the original one. As long as it's got that digital footprint and security on it with blockchain, you can validate and verify what it is. I mean, it's just a different medium and different way of doing things. I don't think it's gone forever as far as quote unquote NFTs. I think the whole fad of them being ridiculously expensive and having this amazing value is
that ship has sailed. But as far as the technology, that might still slowly inch into our society. But as far as you literally get like a Lego airplane, like it would literally be that primitive, and it would be worth like $1,500 or something, a Lego airplane.
Right. Well, but I mean, you look at famous artists, like Andy Warhol. Some of his most famous and most valuable pieces of art are like a Campbell soup can.
Hold on. Speaking of which, I got in some of the big. I don't get in trouble very often outside of your world, meaning like when I'm in trouble, it's usually you're either in it, I'm in trouble with you, or you're helping me get out of trouble. And this was never this had nothing to do with you. But speaking of Andy Warhol and a Campbell soup can, I go when he was still alive, God bless his soul. Tyler has a big USAC quarter midget meet in San Bernardino, California, and we're running the national tour at that time. And so I send, the Dan Atwell and his kid on with the hauler to go all the way from Tampa, Florida to San Bernardino, California, which I think the fuel bill alone was like $3,000 just to get the stupid ass go-karts out there. So we fly in. And we race on, we fly in on Thursday, we race on Friday, and then we don't race again because we made, on Friday, we had locked ourselves into the feature, so we weren't scheduled to race until like 6 p.m. on Saturday night.
Oh, wow.
And so I call Sam up. Sam's still alive. He lives in L.A. in the Pacific Palisades? Is that what it is? Off of...
the US 1 or whatever it is?
Yeah, that's where he lives. And right across the street from him is Larry David, for real. And then, like, Sam lived like if you look in his backyard, there was a fence, obviously, but then you would go to it, and then there would be the ocean with like a 100-foot cliff. And so we're in Sam's house. Sam is the co-inventor of The Simpsons. And Sam, before he died, Sam quit after the 5th year of The Simpsons and got, I forget what his percentage of what he got, but he used to get $45 million a year in Simpson residuals without having to...
Just imagine if you did like the 20 or 25 or 30 or whatever they're on now seasons.
Yeah. So we go to his house and because he invites me over. He's my friend. At that point in time, we had Radio I.O. Lummy, and Sam had his own show on Fridays. Sam wanted his own show, so we carved out a little Friday show for Sam. So Sam loved me. So we're going through he's showing me his house, and it's the largest house in America that's completely off the grid and made of renewable stuff. Like his countertops were all recycled glass. I think it was like a $55 million home. And he had like these really, really important paintings everywhere, like art. So I'm looking at one and it's a Campbell's soup can and I can't really figure out what's so special about it. So, and it's not that big, Lummy. You see that Warsaw sign beside you?
Yes.
That's about how big it is. It's not even very big. So I didn't think anybody was looking, but I just wanted to touch it. Oh. I just wanted to touch it more than anything because Sam was like, please, because Sam told me, don't touch the artwork. Like, I just got to touch this thing. I just got to, so I go and touch it. Just barely touch it, the side of it. Sam goes, Bubba, did you touch that can of soup picture? I go, Yeah, I did. He goes, all right, well, that was about, I think that's a Warhol, and I think that's what cost me about $11 million. I'm like, Sam, there's a kindergartner could have painted this. He goes, I was like, yeah, $11 million. His art collection was unbelievable. Now, Tom, like, who would pay 11? Like, is that $11 million piece of Andy Warhol now? Like 10, 12, 15 years later, is it worth more now? I mean, like
much more.
Well, so that could be like 20 million now.
Yeah, I don't know, but they definitely have appreciated a lot.
Do you collect art at all?
Some.
Oh, you're into that one dude that painted me one time. You have some of his pieces, don't you?
Peter Max.
Peter Max.
Yep.
You have Peter Max stuff?
Yep.
All right. Let me the story. Nancy Pelosi's husband sold more than $500,000. And now, why? How is this not? Regardless of what political affiliation you are, how is this not a problem? How does a government agency?
I don't know. They make their money flipping stocks illegally, and Trump selling coins. Everybody's got their own little hustle.
Trump selling sneakers and coins. That seems a little more above board than this. I mean, you don't have to buy the sneakers. You don't got to buy the coins.
I thought much like Alex Stein kind of turned, men getting into women's sports. He turned it into something that he can win money on because he's betting. I thought people just follow what the Pelosi's do, and then they can make money themselves. As far as the moves they make in the stock market.
I think that's the smart thing.
Yeah,
just
but like I said,
just like Tom Bean told me, Google, literally, you can be an idiot and make money in the stock market if you just Google Warren Buffett's top 10 holdings and buy accordingly.
But like I said, at least with Warren Buffett, you can kind of see more like daily what he's doing compared to they don't have to tell you what they're doing for up to like 60 days because
I don't think Warren Buffett has to necessarily tell you what he's doing either, does he? Tom, if does Warren it's a private, isn't Berkshire Hathaway
no, it's public.
But do they have to report what they're doing, or can they do?
Yes, it's a public company. So.
Yeah, and like Pelosi,
well, then everybody should be making money.
Wow.
What's that? So Nancy Pelosi's husband sold more than $500,000 of Visa stock just months before the DOJ announced an antitrust lawsuit against them. Paul Pelosi sold 2,000 shares of Visa worth between $500,000 and show more and $1 million in the last 3 months. On Tuesday, the DOJ announced an anti-lawsuit against Visa. Well, Paul knew, though. Paul knew. Paul knew, right?
Yeah. I think they shorted it, too, because it went down $15, $16 yesterday.
Is there a chance that you just can be that good at the stock market?
No.
You can't? Okay.
Tom, you can't be that good at the stock market. You got to have some type of, not necessarily insider information, but in order to short, you got to have some type of knowledge about what you're doing. You just can't blindly make money in the stock market, can you?
No. Are you saying he sold shares that he had, or he shorted it?
He sold shares that he had.
He sold it, and they're speculating that we should see that they shorted it.
Oh, so you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, he shorted it, or it's been shorted.
They haven't said what, but they're speculating it's going to come out that he shorted it.
Now, if he shorted it, Tom, is that what's more worse of a crime, to short a stock or to sell a stock based on some inside information?
Well,
what and what's the difference when you short a stock? What are you doing there? Are you buying?
Shorting a stock is selling shares that you don't own. So when you short a stock, you're selling shares you don't own on downward pressure. So you think it's going to continue to drop. And then what you have to do is when you think it gets to the bottom, you have to buy the amount of shares that you shorted to cover your short.
Man, that seems real, Seth. Does that not seem really like it?
It's easier to just sell slides, Bubba, and make money.
It's easier to sell my new Fat Man Dunk. You know what? Tom's not seen the Fat Man Dunks, and I did order him a pair. He didn't want the
when's the Bubba coin coming out?
We really should just be doing everything Trump does. We should really just.
We
do
really
it.
should.
You could do a complete cast set. You could have the
you're
Bubba
right,
coin.
Tom.
You could have the Seth coin. You could have the
Tom,
Lummy coin.
You got to have a coin though too.
Oh, great!
Hold
Well, you
on.
get one special mystery coin in each pack. And
Yeah.
Will my coin be with or without a goatee?
However you want it. I mean, your coin would be however you want it. I'm not gonna design a Tom Bean coin and not let you have and just surprise you on what it looks like.
you put the facial hair on 'em.
That would be a ton of heat. Fact, I don't even know. You wouldn't even be the first person I would go to on the approval of the art. I'd go right to Gina Bina.
I mean,
I go, Gina, we're thinking about doing a whole entire show set of coins. Tom Bean's going to be a very rare coin, but here's his initial rendering of his artwork. What do you think about it? And then I'd let her tell me how to make you look.
Well, I think
That way, when you start bitching at me, I'd be like, Tom, Gina already said it was okay.
Yeah, sure.
And you'd be like, okay.
I think we could do better than Trump did at proofing the image on his coin, right? I mean,
I saw a site that was selling both. I mean, they were hedging their bets. They were selling both Kamala and Trump coins. They were selling both. And then you could buy a set, to get the whole entire, you can buy a set. And I would think, man, nobody wants to buy a set. I mean, you want to either buy him or her, right?
See, here's the Trump coin that Tease got us, Bubba.
Yeah,
right
I
here.
showed Tom.
Did you? But
Yeah.
there's the
I
one.
got one.
Oh no, that's the babyface one. But I think because Trump saw so many people making coins of him, he just was like, I need to make my own money off this.
Is this real gold? Like, is this?
I don't know about that one. I know the silver one.
yeah,
is,
this is definitely real gold. Not, for sure.
All right, but if you did, Tom, like an American Eagle, a silver one, those go for like what, $100? When we were doing the Numa stuff, it's like something like that.
Yeah, if it was minted by the U.S. Mint,
But you can't probably. We just can't.
But silver, a silver, coin, 1 troy ounce silver is probably about $30.
Isn't? Well, I hate to blow your spot up, but I think you got a large coin collection.
Yeah, I've always collected coins since I was.
But I mean, I think you got
kid.
like some really. Don't you got like some 1938 double striked Denver Mint? Like, don't you have some pretty cool stuff in your coin collection? Like, you just don't have a 1978 quarter.
It's a pretty good attempt at double strike Denver.
You
Mint.
like that, didn't you? I mean, you got to admit that I was a little like I was dancing I was kind of dancing and knowing what I was talking about a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I know that a double strike, as much of a mistake as it is, it's actually very valuable in the coin world, right?
It can be.
And then different mints that have closed down over the years or things like that, that makes it worth. Like, what's a valuable coin in your collection? Like, you don't have to necessarily tell us how many you got, but like, what would be an example of one of your more valuable coins?
My favorite coins that I collect are Morgan silver dollars. So,
and those stopped like in what, 65?
No, 1921 was the last year of Morgan dollars. So
now so that means after 1921 there was no more silver in them, right?
No, that means after 1921 they didn't make any more Morgans. They switched to peace dollars.
When did they stop putting silver in them?
In 1960s, like 65.
See, I was right on that one. Again, I was kind of roughed in on the knowledge a little bit. I knew this in the 60s is when they actually stopped putting silver in them.
Well, no, they still put silver in them, but just the percentage of silver has continued to drop.
They put like an eyedropper full in there, please.
Yeah,
back in the day, it was 99% silver, wasn't it?
Well, it used to be 90%.
So the most that the U.S. ever put in a coin was 90. Then did they gradually wind it down?
There were probably 100%, silver, back in the day, but
like in the 1800s.
Yeah, well, Morgan dollar started in 1878.
What if you had a Morgan in 1878?
Yeah, I have several. They're not the most valuable Morgans.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking, Lummy.
Millions.
Yeah, millions. on a Morgan 78.
No, there are millions and millions and millions and millions of Morgan dollars. I mean, it's a principal currency. Back in the late 1800s and the 1900s was coins.
What size shoe are you, Tom?
I'm a 9.
Is that what we put you down as? If the Merch Crick is listening, could you bring in? I know that I put one down. She starts getting nervous when I start handing out all these free ones because because she doesn't want to make sure she shorts somebody. But I know that I put Tom Bean down for a comp. Dan may have to return one of his, but
he said he was going to buy him though.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Buying one doesn't really help me if somebody's already pre-bought that one and Dan scooped it up underneath them. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm down one on a customer that paid because Dan just had to boss hog because Dan had to be Dan.
Well, you know what? We take Dan's money, then we tell him that we're ordering him another pair, and another pair never shows up.
He'll forget about it.
He'll be enamored with a new shiny object, right?
Whatever the next thing you have for sale is, Bubba. Yeah, just tell him we'll get a credit towards that.
What, you have a 10? Not a 9.5? All right. Tom will fit into a 10. Tom, or he'll go to a 9, one of the two. Now, Tom, I want you to be honest because you're honest, and sometimes you tell me things I don't want to hear, and sometimes I've shown you pieces of like for instance, when I showed you the Trump shoes, you said those look stupid. That's what he said. He said, I don't want any of those. Actually, in his very dry way, Lummy, do you know what he said?
What?
I go, Tom, look at these shoes. You want one? He goes, in a very, very calculated way, pass. That's what he said.
Pass?
Pass.
Nice.
I'll pass.
I think you'll like these.
I think he really will like these. Tom, what do you think about these?
They're pretty cool. They're better than the gold gimmicks for sure.
Way better.
Yeah, the gold kicks. I don't know. I'm not a rapper. Gold kicks just don't.
But don't those kind of look like the original '86 Jordans?
Yeah, they look pretty good.
Do you want your? I set a pair aside for you. Do you want them? It wouldn't hurt my feelings if you don't want them, but I wanted you to have them. You're my agent.
No, I would take them. I have the gold ones too. I mean, I collect all your stuff.
They're on Marketplace right now.
He's the one that listed them for 5,000.
He's the one that put them for 2,200 on Amazon or on Facebook Marketplace.
Could you see yourself wearing those, Tom?
I would wear them.
Yeah,
he'd wear them to the track.
He'd wear him to the track. No, he didn't wear him to the track. Get him too muddy out there.
No, but you could wear them to like they'd be cool at a BARP event or something like that.
Yeah,
kind of mark out.
Yeah, they're pretty cool, aren't they? You think they turned out good?
Yeah, for me, I'm kind of a. I either wear
like what kind of shoes do you got on right now? Like if you were to kick up your shoes and show the camera, or Lummy, if you were to describe Tom Bean's shoes, what does he got on? Like some loafers or like some like what does he got on right now?
He's got some black Asics.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He's an Asics New Balance kind of guy, I think.
Yeah. So I generally either wear black, white, or I tend to be partial if I'm going to go with color to like that fluorescent yellowish color.
Tom B, you said you were a size 9.5?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's weird, Bubba. I sent you a link for a 9.5 that's on eBay.
Oh. Hold on. How much am I selling it for, Lummy?
$9.99.
$1,000. And then when I bust him, he's gonna be like, "Listen, that is just a small smidgen of what you owe me globally. So, bitch, you're right. I'm gonna put these up for $1,000, and I'm gonna put the black and bug ones up for $2, buddy."
That's it, man.
So,
Busted.
Tom, there you go. There you go. When we come back, we're gonna talk about. It's going to be a little bit localized, but the hurricane that is it called? It's not Helena. It's Helene, isn't it?
Helene,
and Helene is supposed to strike like what Panama City, Mexico Beach.
Yes,
and that's supposed to be what Friday morning, Thursday night.
Yeah, that's the outer
band,
westerly edge. They're saying Big Bend again. Just that's all they got to say. Oh, look, it's a hurricane. It's going to hit Big Bend.
I think Big Bend. Now, is that an actual area, or is that just an area? I mean, is that like an actual city?
Perry, Steinhatchee.
Well, you've seen what the map of Florida looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where it makes the Big Bend. Yeah.
I didn't know if there was
Bob,
actually.
I didn't know about Big Ben until last year, so it's
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for making me feel better.
I didn't know if it was.
Tom instantaneously goes into, I'm going to be a teacher and make Bubba look stupid mode. Oh, he does it all the time. I'm used to it.
Well,
he walks
it's
me
not
through
really particularly
he
hard.
walks me through
He
walks me through the process, and every process makes me feel dumber and dumber each time.
Well,
Bubba,
how long have you lived here, bro?
Bubba, yes. Have you ever seen the map of Florida? Yes. Have you ever seen where it kind of bends around a little bit? Yeah. Well, that would be Big Bend, wouldn't you think?
The Big Bend.
I didn't know if there was an actual city called Big Bend, or if that's just the area that encompasses like Perry.
I think it's how like the Panhandle's called that, but there's no city called the Panhandle.
Correct.
Yes, Seth, you just validated him making me look stupid.
That's what I wanted to do.
Oh, okay.
I need Tom Beat on my side today.
You do.
Because I want to see him tonight.
Now, here's the other thing what people don't realize, and I'm not trying to get up in Tom Bean's business, but Tom owns a lot of Domino's in the Big Ben area. Am I not right? Like that is territorially, Domino's sells in territories, and isn't the Big Ben area kind of your territory?
Yeah, we got all that stuff up there from Gainesville all the way through.
From like
Live Oak, Lake City.
I think you start in Pasco and go all the way up, don't you?
We do.
You start in Pasco. You got Citrus. You got Hernando. What's above Citrus? Perry County. What's above Citrus County?
Yeah, I don't think it's called Perry County, but the city of Perry is there.
Levy County.
Levy.
Yeah.
So anyway, Tom,
Levy.
What are you doing? Like, are you guys just calling all your managers? Are you like what? How does a Domino's Pizza franchise prepare for something like this? And if you can stay open, is it usually a big money day for you? Because a lot of people have maybe lost power and they can't cook. So. But I guess then you probably have the aspect of, is it too dangerous for your drivers to get there?
Well, we definitely are concerned about the safety of our employees, and they need to be able to, prep their homes and take care of their family too. But we try to stay open as much as we can, as long as we can, so that we can continue to deliver hot food to people that don't have electricity and other things. Pizza is something that can be delivered to places that are having power outages and other things for lengthy periods of time.
Now, do your stores have generators?
No.
Do you wish they did?
No,
they would never. You'd have to have 15 storms in order to pay for that generator.
Yeah, we have some portable, coolers that have generators and those types of things. So, we can, deal with, some problems in some places. But, at the end of the day, if there's no power for us,
there's no power for anybody else.
Right. Well, but, we try to stay open the best that we can to provide, hot food to people that don't have power.
Are there some places that are boarding up the windows and things like that?
Yeah.
So I know where Ken and Billy is today. Am I right?
Yeah.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
True.
Billy was probably listening. He's going to say you talk trash about him again.
Oh, man. But, and Brett out the Parkinson's so nonchalant.
Yeah.
I would have really put it over. I would have started shaking like Generino or something.
Do you think is it from getting hit in the head?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well,
I mean, you're gonna have to
But it's like, how did Michael J. Fox get it? Like Muhammad Ali, I'm guessing.
I don't know how Michael J. Fox got it.
You know, I guess maybe
Do you there's some people that just get it, and then other people get it through get hit in the head.
I don't think it's
like Janet Reno had it, and she wasn't a boxer or anything like
right.
that.
Well, I don't think it's related to head trauma.
You know?
No.
Oh, it's got to be, Tom. Look at Muhammad Ali. That poor guy.
I mean, statistically, there are going to be people that are in sports that,
It just nobody got hit more than Brett Favre. That's the thing.
That's
so.
the thing. He got smashed.
I mean, he might have skipped right past CTE to the Parkinson's.
He skipped what?
And back then, man,
CTE and went right to Parkinson's.
And remember when fucking New Orleans had a bounty on him?
Yeah.
Oh, they really fucked him up.
That's yeah. I hate
Those shoes didn't turn out too bad, Tom.
No, I think they turned out good.
They're way less, they're more mainstream than the other ones. You know, a Democrat could wear these. All right, so here we go. We got. I don't know where Macho Man, where you're getting your feed from, but I like it. Macho, I like that upper. If you can hear me on the hot mic, Mach, I like that upper right shot. If you could send me a link to that. Hurricane force wind, gusts over 100 miles.
He's getting it from the Weather Channel. He's stealing it from the Weather Channel. Or pirating it.
He's getting it from the Weather Channel?
Yeah.
All right, let me go over there.
So the track is showing it's gonna, go right up through, Crawfordville and Tallahassee, which is perfect for me. Not.
Is it gonna affect Ocala?
Well, yeah, it's gonna affect Ocala as it goes by.
I mean, it's gonna affect rain. It's rain-wise, and anything after 2 inches, we're fucked.
Well, they're saying Tampa 60 to 70 mile an hour winds.
It's all that work that I did this weekend.
See, 60, 70, 50, 60.
Macho Man, can you send me that link?
So you see where Apalachicola is?
I'm trying to get Macho Man to send me that link. Let me.
So I'm waiting for Macho to send it. Well, he said he's getting from Fox Weather, but I'm sending you the link to Fox Weather.
Okay.
I just sent it.
What? Okay. Is this it right here?
Go to track whatever.
Right here?
Yeah. I think that's.
Of course, I got a fucking realtor spot.
If you scroll down, it starts showing some different little maps.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All at the Bubba Army now returns.
Wednesday, September 25th, 2024, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Don't always. You can get everything. One-stop shopping at BubbaArmyHQ.com. And let me, Macho Man was showing me another feature on BubbaArmyHQ.com where when you go to watch, you can watch all the various different platforms, or you can just hit the very top button that says Bubba Army TV, which takes you to our YouTube feed. So there's just
makes it easier, especially with the app.
Makes it a whole lot easier. Did we fix Mach? I think we did. Did we fix the QR code? Because I bought some advertisement in the Creative Loafing magazine that has the QR code. So everybody that gets the Best of the Bay Creative Loafing magazine from, I guess they hand them out tonight, and then they hit the newsstands tomorrow and digitally tomorrow as well. I put a Bubba Army ad in that, and it's the QR. It's Bubba Army and the QR code. So hopefully we've remedied the QR code situation we had, which I think we did. I saw a 17-page email from Mike Rowe stating that he fixed it.
Yes.
Tom, I think you're the only one that can actually get through a Mike Rowe email. By the way, I love Mike Rowe more than anything in the world. We couldn't do any of the stuff, Lummy, from Bubba Army HQ to the new app, just to, to the analytics, to all the things we could not do with Mike Rowe. But man, he is absolutely a keyboard warrior, is he not?
Somebody's got to be detailed oriented.
Oh, well, you are. You're very detail oriented. But thank you, Mike Rowe, so very much. I think, Lummy, I saw an email between him and Macho Man that the QR code had been, the landing page had been fixed. Mach, do you have any?
Yes. Sorry, I was getting that graphic for you. It's on your messenger.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. And so the QR code has been fixed?
Yes.
All right, thanks. Lummy, I'm looking for...
is Mike Rowe developing the app?
Mike Rowe is overseeing well, I should let Tom Bean answer that question, but my answer is Mike Rowe is participating in making it and overseeing it and managing it. Am I right, Tom?
He's not making it, but he's overseeing it.
Yeah.
And it's almost here?
It's like Lummy says middle of next week.
Oh.
Yeah, it's close.
Tom, what do you say?
Yeah, it's close. There are some things that they were doing to, make it a little bit, more user-friendly.
I'll tell you what was super cool, though, Tom, is how we sent it out to everybody in our world, me included, and beta tested it and went through it and tried to absolutely find, any little hiccup or bug. I think 5 or 6 people from Rhett to Macho Man to Lummy. Seth, I don't know if you were included in that.
I wasn't.
But we all navigated through an entire weekend and then tried to find, Lummy, things that were wrong with it.
Yes.
And then, which is great because usually we roll things out too quickly and then we find out about the bugs later on down the road and then we have to fix them, which causes, everybody to hate us. But I'm not saying I dare you consumers to go to download the new Bubba Army HQ app, which will be available whether you have an Android or an iPhone or Apple, or it'll be available to purchase. And listen, most people, Lummy, seem to be pretty cool to know that it's going to cost $9.99 a year for the convenience to have this app. But please understand this: at $10. I'm breaking even on the cost. Apple ain't free.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe breaking even. If not costing me a little bit just for your convenience. So I do got to charge a little bit, or it'll wipe me out. Lummy, if I offered it for free and every Tom, Dick, and Harry went and got it, I'd be bankrupt. Because Apple, they don't care. They get theirs first. They take that haircut right off the top. Then they start doing business. They're like dealing with Elvis. I remember watching a documentary on Elvis, and remember the Colonel was his agent, And when the first time he went to go do Vegas, it was Vegas. All the casinos wanted him. Everybody wanted him. It was his first time to go do. He was going to go do a residency in Vegas for like 2 months. And so Colonel came in. I forget where he ended up as far as the facility. Colonel went in and cut a deal. And so the Vegas casino guy thought he got a pretty damn good deal. And the Colonel said, well, that's my deal. Now let's go ahead and talk about what it's going to cost to get Elvis in here. That's kind of, Tom, isn't that kind of like Apple? Apple takes theirs first, and then they worry, and then you got to try to pick up some scraps if there's any left.
Well, they take their percentage. I mean, they have a
very high percentage.
No, they're lower than, Prime and Google. They're 30. Google's 50.
Jesus. 30%, let me right off the top. Jeez. Goes to Google. I mean, goes to Apple. So anyway,
50 goes to Google or Prime.
Thanks. So anyway, I got to charge a little bit. We're gonna have this unbelievable app, and we've gone through it. And I don't dare you to find something wrong with it. But when you do find something wrong with it, let us know so we can fix it. But it's gonna be tough to find some type of functionality that's messed up on this thing because we've really, really taken our time. I think we've been developing this app for about 2 or 3 months now. Lots involved, lots of money, lots of manpower and man hours from Micro, and it's going to be Lummy. If people get that app, it's literally you hit the app and there's nothing you can't do on that app that you couldn't do from your desktop on Bubba Army HQ.
Correct,
including downloading bits, streaming bits. Listening to the show, rewinding, skipping forward,
and watching it.
Yeah, the only thing you can't do on the app is you can't buy a subscription.
Yeah, you can't buy.
You have to buy your subscription at BubbaArmyHQ.com, and then you can go and log in on the app.
Right. That's the only thing you use. You can't buy your HQ subscription. Other than that, there's nothing else you can do.
Right, because if we did that, then
Apple's getting a third.
Forever.
Yeah. Lummy, this is the peak wind gust forecast. Now, when is this event here on my screen supposed to happen? This is
it says Friday 3 a.m.
Friday 3 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Tampa 60 to 70 miles an hour.
Ooh, that's going to be tough to drive through.
Friday 3 a.m. Well, are you trying to take Friday off?
I was trying to take Thursday off, but it looks like we're delaying this a day. So it looks like Friday's going to be the day.
I think you should just have everybody bring a sleeping bag, and they could just stay here.
Right,
That's what I'm afraid of.
Cedar, it looks like Tallahassee and Apalachicola. Hell, Jacksonville's going to get what we get. Jacksonville's getting 60 or 70. Yeah. Tom, I was watching the news last night. They say it's going to rip through Atlanta. Not rip through it, but it's going to be major. It might be 40 to 50 when it gets through Atlanta. Then it's going straight north, and it looks like LJ's is right in the path.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to split Blue Ridge and LJ.
Right. And they're saying looking for mudslides and all that kind of stuff.
Perfect.
Is your cabin built? Do they go far enough down into some hard stone so that your cabin just doesn't fall off the side of the mountain?
No, it'll probably just slide into the river and be gone. just kidding.
So this is Friday at 2 a.m., right, Mach, or 3 a.m.?
Yes.
Seth, it's moving so fast, but what time do you...
I thought it slowed down.
No, but... If this is Friday at 3 a.m., you probably don't even get in your car until 5:30.
Right.
I'm sorry, 5.
That's when the conditions are really going to be a howling.
No, conditions will be a howling.
It's going to blow them away.
No, I mean, it's going to have been 2 hours removed. It's going to be, it's going to be well out of here.
We'll decide. My wife's the final booker on driving during hurricanes, so.
You're not a very good driver anyway, are you?
No, I can't see at all. So, when there's conditions, Bubba, it makes things, even more jittery behind the wheel.
Your
then
power.
All that power you got on that Ford Hemi. It's hard to keep it on the ground, isn't it?
I'm just not. I don't like driving. I'm not a good driver. And
the sheer power of Helene has some Floridians taking action now.
Helene, that's how you say it. Helene. You already denote yourself as not a very good driver.
Yeah. It's not something I
What if we went out to like a go-karting place and we all got into go-karts? Like I know Tom would be competitive. Lummy, you'd be competitive. Macho Man, you'd be competitive. But Seth would be that guy that we would go, Tom, and spin out every time. You know what I'm saying?
He'd be in our way, probably driving slow.
That's rude. Yeah,
how mad would you be if I came in and just whammed you from behind?
I'd get in my car like all those redneck NASCAR drivers and start wailing.
What? Throw your helmet at me?
Yeah, who is it? Kyle Gordon? Who's the hothead?
Kyle
Gordon.
Kyle Gordon.
Kyle Busch.
Kyle Gordon. So would you wait for me to come around the next lap and then throw your helmet at me?
No, I would chase you. I would chase you while you're in the go-kart on foot.
You're gonna get hit by somebody else.
That's fine. It's worth it.
CBS's Jason Allen is on Florida's Big Bend tonight.
All along Florida's west coast, people are fueling up.
I got about 3/4 of a tank right now, but we try to stay full. Never know.
And boarding up ahead of Helene. Here in the coastal town of East Point, business owners are taking no chances, shutting down days before the storm hits. Mandatory evacuation orders are already in effect for some people living in coastal or low-lying areas. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is urging residents to prepare now.
Right now, regardless of how it forms or the speed, right now you do have time. So take advantage of that time.
Who's that guy behind him? It looks like a shady dude. Look at him.
Have time.
Looks like Shuley.
What do you mean? Looks like Brent.
Brent and Shuley.
Like Brent on Hiv.
To that time.
Inland in Tallahassee, city officials fear the storm could knock out power. When you see a storm track.
Tom, do you got the Tallahassee market?
Yes, sir.
Yankee Jib, $10.
Like this.
What's that, Lummy?
Yankee Jib, $10.
On the super chat. Thank you very much.
So, how much does it concern?
Oh, Lummy, John Kostika yesterday at 2 p.m. on PayPal, $100.
Thank you.
Just said he loved that. He listened to the podcast and loved it.
It's very concerning. I'm from Tallahassee. This is my hometown. We have never seen a storm of this magnitude that could.
Oh, come on. Tom, how many years did you live in Tallahassee? That's where you started your Domino's. Didn't you start your Domino's career in Tallahassee?
No, I started. When I franchised in 1992, I owned those stores.
Okay, there's been other hurricanes. How about the one that hit New Orleans? Did that impact
Katrina?
Yeah, did that impact Tallahassee at all? Is he saying this is the worst one ever to hit Tallahassee?
Yeah, everybody's got to,
he's a politician.
Do their clickbait.
All right.
I'm from Tallahassee. This is my hometown. We have never seen a storm of this magnitude that could possibly be a direct hit to Tallahassee.
With up to 15-foot storm surges predicted.
Oh, this is weather porn. This is weather click.
Oh, yeah.
Residents are also concerned.
Are you nervous about the storm?
Yes, I am, because this is different. We don't know which way it's going to go and what's going to happen, but all I know...
That should be...
How north is Tallahassee?
We're not having 15-foot storm surge in Tallahassee. If we do, we had a tidal wave.
Right.
I think she's a little farther south.
Tallahassee, Tom, as the crows fly, is how far from the actual ocean? 50.
Yeah, probably 50.
50 miles?
Yep.
Yeah. And that grinds it down a little bit, doesn't it?
Did she say she's from Woodville?
You know what? This woman here should be the actual weather forecaster on what's really going to happen. Listen to what she says.
Yeah.
Which way it's going to go and what's going to happen, but all I know...
I don't know which way it's going to go, what's going to happen.
Woodville is, south of Tallahassee, just a little bit.
So concerned.
Are you nervous about the storm?
Yes, I am, because this is different. We don't know which way it's going to go and what's going to happen, but all I know...
That's right. We don't know which way it's going to go, how it's going to happen.
Hey, trust and believe in God.
And you better believe in God.
How's that different than any other hurricane? We never know which way it's going to go.
And where it's going to happen. And we need to believe in God.
I like her shirt. It's my 59th birthday.
Simply moving back from the water's edge on a storm like this, it really doesn't help much because as Lonnie was explaining to me...
Oh, here comes the big infamous storm surge. Storm surge.
A minute ago, it is so flat back in this direction. So here in coastal counties, they are not even opening shelters, in part because of safety and also to encourage people to move further inland and out of the direct path.
Yeah, like move to Tallahassee because it's 50 miles inland.
Of the storm. Nora?
Jason Allen, thank you very much.
All right, so that was last night, Lummy. I think there's been an update since, has there not?
Yeah, it's moving. I guess it's slowing down, but it's moving a little.
The changes that we've seen in the overnight advisories and where we sit.
Man, look at the shorty up at the top left. Whew.
This is a look at the official forecast cone. Again, this just represents where the center of the storm is.
So it's saying that it's tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, it's going to be 105. It has slowed down because it was supposed to be like it looks like it slowed down one cog in the fact that like they had Thursday morning it being at the second line instead of the first line.
Yep.
So they actually had yesterday they had it so that this was Thursday morning. So this now looks like Thursday night. What time are they thinking? That's right off, not off the coast of Tampa. I'm probably saying that's a couple 150 miles off Tampa.
But it's very important.
They do got it tracking a little more westward. Is that better for you, Tom, or worse as far as franchisees?
It's indifferent.
To lock on to the conversation that we just had with Michael and to have that conversation with you at home, this storm has already grown by 200 miles. Yeah. So,
but look how much it decreases. So it looks like it's going to hit land. I don't know how. If it's 120 by Tampa, I don't know how much steam it gets from here to there, but I'm assuming some. But then, man, just when it gets to the state line, when it gets to Atlanta, or no, this is probably Macon. Is this line probably Macon?
Yeah, like that in Columbus.
Okay. It goes down to 75. I mean, it gets ground down,
Since when did we start following hurricanes after they left Florida?
I mean, we got to go on Sunday up in Nashville.
Then it looks like it does a big basketball gimmick. And did the Titans have a home game?
It's 25 miles an hour.
Yeah.
It's going to be nothing.
Peak of this storm, which we're not even close to yet. It's amazing the ride that we're going to see over the next 36 to 48 hours.
I'll give you an amazing ride, baby.
Hours when all this is really said and done. The size of this storm could look like the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, it's going to be physically very large.
Yeah, if you were to put it over the Gulf, that's exactly how big it's going to be.
It's going to cover the majority of it.
Yeah, you think also we talk about the track of the storm. It's the impacts that happen outside of the track, and that's what we've got to focus in on as well. That's just where the center of the storm perhaps is going to go. It is expected to intensify once it goes into those warmer Gulf waters, and with the lack of wind shear and plenty of moisture to work with, expected to intensify, and not only to intensify but grow. We are now at the ready, set, go. All of the red that you see there, which we brought.
Let me guess what?
What?
Ready, set, go.
Ready, set, go.
To you yesterday. It was an update for us yesterday on Fox Weather First. It's time to make sure that you've got everything that you need to evacuate. If you haven't,
Florida landfall, less than 48 hours.
Already. Conversation that you need to have with the family and making sure that you are packed and ready to go. Papers in hand, any medication that
Papers in hand, you got to have your will.
Well, I don't know. Everybody's like saying, hey, big deal. We've had hurricanes before.
This is going to be one of those.
They canceled school. Like somebody thinks this is a big deal. We're not making the calls.
They cancel school to cover their ass.
You have to.
Well, no, schools are principally, shelters. They cancel schools so they can set them up for shelters.
Attention, kids of Edgewood High School or whatever, Gibbs High. Do not use the gym today because we got a bunch of, evacuees in there. And here's the deal, man. I actually, when I lived out in my big house in Tierra Verde, what was the one, Lummy, that came that we got that was supposed to hit us, and then instead it hit Punta Gorda? Was it Char? I don't know which one it was. But it was
sounds like Charlie.
Might have been Charlie. And they actually had the St. Petersburg Police Department on their microphone saying, we cannot ensure your safety, that you are in a mandatory evacuation zone. They were going through on their loudspeakers. And I was like, I'm not leaving. I mean, what's the worst going to do? It's going to blow my roof off? I mean, I'll be okay if I stay inside of a closet or something.
You need any type of food that you need, the pets as well. Check in on the elderly, the neighbors. Maybe you've got an elderly neighbor who's by.
Hey, yesterday they had some spaghetti models that had Tampa catching a couple stray ones.
Yeah,
now it's like they got it honed in on. It's going to hit right there, right below Tallahassee.
Yeah, so see, we have the stores in Tallahassee, the stores in Dothan, and the ones in Valdosta right below Tifton there.
Wow.
So like a bullseye.
Themselves, they may need help. Here's a look at what we've got with the forecast track. They've been pretty consistent with this system, which has been since the get-go, before we even had a storm, which says a lot about this storm. Which is,
I mean, they don't have one spaghetti model even hitting Tampa.
Not anymore. They did yesterday.
Yeah.
Why we want you to make sure that you're paying attention to what's going on for the next 48 hours. This is going to be a big storm, and while it moves fast, the impacts are going to go well inland. The forecast and the intensity is all there. And Brito, take a look at how massive, as we take a look at this with the satellite imagery there.
See, that right there is a little scary.
Well, that's, I know you like to clown on storm surge, but Tampa Bay, if
it projects this way right here, we'd be on the east side of the storm, and that would storm surge Willie, would it not?
Yeah, and if it's at high tide, it can be really bad.
Huge. By Thursday evening, look how widespread it is.
Well, the studios here and your office, we're about 11 feet above sea level.
Oh, man, look at the track, though.
What do you mean, Lummy?
If you look at that picture now, I mean, that thing is getting slammed in Ocala.
Well, I'm not worried about Ocala. Tom and I could.
I was just saying all the work you did.
Tom and I would actually hope that it would take the racetrack and wipe it all, or just it would be completely cleared out for us. Tom, we don't have any more bleachers. We're good. We can finally sell it for farmland.
You want to get out there with the water truck, Bubba, while the hurricane's happening?
Oh, hell no. I've already flipped the water truck with no wind.
Turned on everything starting yesterday. We're rocking and rolling just like we are.
Yeah, we're rocking and rolling just like we are with their insurance rates.
Are guaranteed to have a major hurricane. Again, we don't know exactly. Hasn't formed yet. There's still some uncertainty. But I think the fact that this would be forecasted as a major at this point without formation shows that this has a potential to be a really, really significant storm. So you have time to prepare. You have time to plan. You have time to take the action that you need to protect.
Now, will he be in his big Tallahassee mansion, you think, or will he be over in New Smyrna Beach where he's got another house?
You and your family, and we encourage you to do that.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis right there saying, you guys know the drill. He declared a state of emergency for 61 out of the 67 counties in his state.
Well, I mean, how could there be a state of emergency like, let's say, in Miami?
I mean, they might not have one. It's not all the counties, but I'm glad we got one. Free tolls, baby.
State is no stranger.
Free tolls, baby.
I love it.
Seth, is that when you just go up and down the veterans and sightsee?
I treat myself, yes.
You go in the express lanes?
You drive in express lanes, whole 9 yards.
I got like 4 days of,
Tom, you take the veterans every day. Is it true that if you drive in the express lane, it's based on how packed it is, and they charge you more?
I think that's what they were planning to do, but I don't think they're doing that.
Yeah, I don't think they do that. Because I was always thought that it cost more if you were going to go in the express lane. But I don't think they do that.
I think it was supposed to, but I don't believe they've started doing it.
People flipped out on it, maybe.
Or having to...
Do you drive in the regular... Because you drive it every day. Do you drive in the regular lane, or do you get in the far left Willie and try to let it eat?
It depends on what traffic says. So if traffic's built up bad, I'll go into the
express
lane just simply because.
Does the express lane ever bumper to bumper, or is it always flowing?
Nope, it can get bumper to bumper too.
Respond to them. According to...
I get so road... I was going to my sister's a while back, and I get in the express lane. It's like on a Saturday, and I just figured I could really let it eat. And then there's this old bitch that's in front of me, and she's going slower than the people on the regular lane. I'm like, you're...
She's in her own lane.
Noah, Northwest Florida has...
The express lane isn't designed for you to be able to speed. It's express because there are no exits.
Right, I understand. But I also... It's an open invitation for people like me to speed.
Right, I'm just saying.
Had the most direct hurricane hits between 1851, when we started recording data on hurricanes, and 2022. Helene will just be... another storm on the list, but each one is marked so much in our memories. And
now she's not even going with statistics. She's just saying it's just going to be part of our memories.
Our memories.
Nice.
When it comes to the forecast and the confidence in the track and the early
it is true that every recent hurricane has kind of gone into that same track. And,
I know it seems like it's like they got the Hurricane Expressway that it hits every time. It seems like this is the track of what the last. I don't know how many hurricanes. Like maybe the last 3 or 4 hurricanes we've had have tracked this pretty much within 100 miles north or east or west of where this is going to hit. Right?
Yeah, it's definitely been, hammered the most.
Isn't it? The way Tampa's positioned, isn't it pretty? Because you'd have to come out here like this, and then just go like it's tough for them to get the Beckham bender to go right into us unless you had some really, really high pressure troughs that were. So is that why Tampa it doesn't usually get hit a lot, Tom? Because it's just a hurricane can't bend after it passes. Actually, for us to get hit by a hurricane, I think it would have to maybe go over Cuba.
It could go over Mexico too, and then it sometimes can
just bends over.
Yeah.
Isn't the last time we had a major hurricane in Tampa was like 1921, wasn't it?
That was the one that created John's Pass.
Hey, good morning, Alexa. Alexa, good morning.
Good morning. It's National Comic Book Day.
All right.
Here's a joke to celebrate.
Okay.
What do you get when you cross Aquaman with Spider-Man?
What?
Aquanet.
Hey, Alexa, when's the last time Tampa, Florida got a major hurricane?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, the last time Tampa Bay was hit by a major storm was October 25, 1921. The hurricane had no official name but is known locally as the Tarpon Springs storm, for the seaside town famed for its sponge diving docks and Greek heritage where it came ashore.
It created a lot of the barrier islands. That
like Honeymoon Island,
yeah,
and some of those things,
and even like
Fort
Terra Verde.
Yeah. My little island I lived on was probably created from the 1921 Willie. 1920, 103 years since Tampa has got a big one. Do you think that in our lifetime, Tom, we'll see one?
I hope not.
Me too.
Before this was even a storm.
Boy, Seth, how much anxiety would you have if you and the kids were you and the wife and kid were staying in a high school gym right now?
It doesn't even matter. Irma came when Sam was 7 months old, and we had 2 dogs, and we fled to Atlanta. It took us 14 hours to get there. So, I've already been through it. Like
got a hotel room.
Stayed at Tim Clark's house, but it was very panicky. I was supposed to stay with my parents, and I freaked out, and we just left for Georgia. So it's something that I don't want to go through.
It took 14 hours to get to Atlanta because everybody in their 95 was probably gridlocked.
I mean, we went the last second, so it was a bad idea, but I just couldn't. My fear was that being a new father was that we were going to be in a bathtub somewhere, the roof was going to rip off, and then my family and baby were going to get sucked up into the hurricane. That was what I was going with, worst case scenario. So I just thought, let's go to Georgia and ease my mind a little bit.
And it took you 14 hours to get there.
And 13 to get back, yeah. And we almost got divorced.
And we almost got divorced.
On the way home.
Hey, look, Seth, they're given driving instructions during the storm. You should probably listen to that.
To remember a storm that had so much confidence in the track.
Yeah.
So take it
Great
seriously. We of course can see a waiver for direct landfall, but this has been pointed.
Man, she's hot.
At Northwest.
Well, I'm not even worried about this hurricane. She's just hot.
Florida for 4 to 5 days at this point.
We have even been talking about maybe a wiggle room of 50 miles or so, and even that is still, the impacts are still going to be felt up and down the Gulf Coast side of Florida as a result.
Now, remind you, they want to make these weather meteorologists and forecasters and television anchor people, they want to they don't get eyeballs watching them on, listen, it's not going to be that bad. This is just going to be like the standard hurricane that comes up to Florida. If they have to make it so sensational so that you'll watch, because otherwise nobody watches let me, do you ever fight like on Thursday on a clear day with no possible weather? Do any of us find ourselves watching the Weather Channel?
Macho probably does, but not me.
I think Macho masturbates to the Weather Channel.
This now you can see it's just outside of Cozumel. It has been moving.
Macho, are you freaked out over this because you're a really much a weather person? There'll be a lot of times we'll do the hot mic, Lemmy, and Macho will just have some weather up on the screen.
Well, he's had this on since Monday, and everybody was, making fun of him then. And now,
Macho, are you like a real weather guy? Is that one of your jams?
I'm interested in it, but I mean, I'll turn the Weather Channel on or whatever because I'm tired of the news channels.
Are you doing anything?
There's nothing on regular TV.
Are you preparing your living facility?
Sports sucks. So
any certain way?
They never show bodybuilding competitions.
Are you?
That's a real sport. Takes a lot of dedication.
You're mad that ESPN isn't showing the Ronnie Coleman Classic?
That's massive.
Into the northeast, but because of the tug in the higher atmosphere, we're going to see that pulled up to the north and northeast. It's been going northwest rather.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
The winds are already going to pick up, especially as we go through the afternoon.
Well, this wind's okay. There we go.
The day tomorrow, as the storm gets bigger, and look how widespread they are.
It had that real quick.
More so and through the day tomorrow as the storm
gets speeds up on Thursday.
How wide?
Right there. Oh, for like a second, Lummy.
Thursday at 6.
Thursday at 6. Is that what they got it?
I think so. Yeah, 5 or 6.
Look how
there's 50, 60.
Oh,
wide.
There we go. Right there.
7.
They got 60 to 70, and they're calling that Thursday at 7 o'clock, 7 p.m.
Rain time for Thursday night football.
I'll be so asleep by then.
Spread.
Don't forget, we got the creative loafing thing today.
Oh, woohoo!
Tonight, 7 o'clock. Is that what time we're all getting there?
Yes.
I got
7.
Merch Creek sent us the tickets, but I gotta talk to her because we didn't get them.
What do you mean?
I was looking at that. Thank you, Seth.
Yeah,
I thought it was maybe me.
No, it's she sent all the 10 tickets from Ticketmaster, but we need her information to log on to get the tickets. So,
and you can't print them out, can you? Can you print them out?
I think you can.
Yeah, I think you can print them out.
Yeah.
Well, Merch Creek, if you're listening, if you could just print those tickets, that'd be far easier.
I can help you, Mer. I'm very savvy with Ticketmaster.
Or by Thursday evening, we've got 50, 60 miles.
Boom. So when it hits Thursday at about 11 o'clock at night is when it's going to hit shore. We're down to 50 and 60, and Tallahassee's up to 100.
Per hour winds
that's
in Tampa, Cedar
that's still
Key,
pretty
Tallahassee.
strong winds for a long time. You're saying 50 to 60 miles an hour from 4 o'clock in the afternoon to as high as 70 through 11 o'clock or midnight.
At this point.
Well, those are wind gusts, but we don't know how
as a result of this. Now you can see it's just outside of Cozumel. It has been moving to the northeast, but because of the tug in the going northwest rather.
Right,
the wind.
So that's when they're first giving it. So Tom, that's when it's going to start getting a little windy, and that looks like to be Wednesday. Well, tonight.
Yeah.
Tonight at 6. So while we're at the Hard Rock, or while we're headed to the Hard Rock, it might be a little gusty for you there, Seth, in your Ford Hemi. Okay?
I'll have a good reason to turn around then.
Winds are already going to pick up, especially.
Oh, then it goes down, Lummy. Look.
Yeah.
By the time we're leaving, Seth, it's still only 20 miles an hour.
You got us leaving at 11 o'clock tonight?
No, I got us leaving at about 8:30.
Okay.
We go through the afternoon.
All right, so you're right, Tom. So it starts at 20.
More so and through the day tomorrow.
There's Thursday morning.
As the storm gets bigger, and look how.
So that's over 20 miles an hour. Starts at wind tonight at 6. Tonight at 6 it starts. The wind event starts, and I got to think that probably some of the outer bands of rain will start too.
Yeah, so 50 to 70 mile an hour winds from Thursday at 4 o'clock till like midnight.
How widespread they are. By Thursday evening, we've got 50, 60 mile per hour winds in Tampa, Cedar Key, Tallahassee. I think this is going to be a concern for the amount of rain, the amount of wind, and perhaps, of course, power outages. Look at these peak forecasts.
All right, so it looks like we're going to be 100. Tampa, Florida is going to be 100 miles from the center. Lummy, we need to, obviously 103.1 Florida Man Radio.
Yeah.
They might be Are they on? But they're on the better side of the hurricane.
Yeah,
we're on what they call the dirty side of it, which is the east, which is the worst side of a hurricane to be on. So this is Friday at 3 a.m. We're only 100 miles from the center, and that's 3 hours before work starts, and we still got 60 to 70 mile an hour winds.
Yeah, Florida, man,
hurricane force
30 to 40.
Wind gusts up to 100 miles from the center.
Yeah, so Fort Walton Beach isn't even.
It's to the right of Pensacola.
Friday morning, 3 o'clock, really Thursday night through Friday morning.
And there can still be those last-minute wobbles, which make a big difference for encountering the eye wall. But if
last-minute wobbles, Lummy.
Yeah. Whew, if that wobble happens, we're in trouble.
No, it's not going to wobble enough for it to be big. This looks like about the strongest that it ever gets for us. Friday morning at 3 o'clock. That looks like it's the strongest that it gets for us, right? That's when Tallahassee's getting 100, Appalachia, whatever the cola is getting 100, and we're getting 70.
Yeah, nothing.
And we're going to be okay.
Yeah.
In Fort Walton Beach, I think is even better than us.
Yeah, they're 30 to 40 because they're on
the clean side of the hurricane, and we're on the dirty side of the hurricane.
Well, they're, closer to the hurricane than Pensacola. Pensacola's west.
Yeah, I was saying they're the east of Pensacola.
So if Pensacola's 40 to 50, they're probably, 50 to 60 or.
Is Fort Walton Beach like right here?
Yeah,
right there.
Yeah, I think that's Panama City Beach.
Yeah, so it's a little more left. Pensacola is, it's pretty much where the P is. Fort Walton's hidden in the Pensacola area.
Would Fort Walton be like the C in Pensacola?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Bo and Wolfie, you guys are going to be okay, just like we are. Everybody report to work as scheduled.
Sorry, Seth.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
We're going to do the Favre thing next. And then the Hezbollah. We don't know if we have Alex on today, do we?
He said he is. I talked to him yesterday. I'm just worried if he partied too hard last night.
With Roseanne and Tuck. I gotta go out and sign 3 pairs of shoes. Oh, Tom didn't get a... Tom, you don't ever wear slides, do you? You're not a slide guy.
No.
Although it might step up your cool game if you would be.
Slides and socks. There you go, Mr. Bean.
No.
Yeah, they got the hurricane. Looks like it's not going to be a 3 anymore. According to the 5 a.m. advisory Snizzuk.
Says it's not going to be a 3?
According to Fox 13, it looks like it's a 2, Thursday 2 a.m. and then it just kind of slows down. It never peaks to a 3.
Hey, Lummy?
Yes, sir?
What's your Ticketmaster email? Is it private or is it... Here.
Well, let me look real quick.
All right. Because I got Merch Crick's phone, I'm transferring the tickets.
I gotcha.
I guess it's something that's really hard to find, but I'm really good at transferring. I don't know where the button is.
Let's see if it's... I just want to log in. Jeez. Oh, it's Ashley's. So that's not... Just go to Ashley's.
Well, she can get our...
Yeah, I was just going to say...
But Dan did take my 11.
They're still showing it as a Category 3 on the weather.
Oh, well, Fox 13 no. Fox 13 must know.
Tom, did you see our podcasting area up there with the stay? I got 2 new chairs though. We had a couch up there, but I bought 2 new chairs. I think it looks better than a couch.
It's very retro.
Not too bad though, huh?
No, I think it looks good. I think it's always looked good.
There you go. You got them. Let me know if she got them.
So whether you want to do a 3 like right before landfall?
No, like in that same spot, like in the middle of the Gulf.
Oh yeah. Because you can see. If you look at.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, they're showing it being a 3, like, when it's right across from them.
Yeah, bro. Fox 13's doing the job.
It's just this makes it much easier. Yeah, no problem. You're how helpful I'm being over there. You're welcome. What kind of guy I am.
Yeah, see, he's got it as a 3 on the. See,
Sure. Oh yeah. That's weird. There's a 5 a.m. advisory.
It doesn't say. I
Oh, it's Dave Osberg. See, that's 5.
Yeah, 5:14 a.m. Look at it grow, though. Watch this time lapse. Watch. See how it's getting bigger?
Yeah. It's massive.
It's big. And look how it's continuing to expand. It's a big storm.
The Orlando Content House Shindig. It's going to be a bunch of dudes doing stuff dudes do. Happening November 15th and 16th. If you want to come see this freak show, email us orlando@BubbaArmyHQ.com. Let the crew know if you want to be registered for Friday Night Fight Night. Orlando@BubbaArmyHQ.com. The BTLS show now returns.
Lummy, are you still continuing to get triculations of emails? You can email Lummy if you plan on attending the Saturday night at the Davenport Ale House, Lummy?
Yes, it is.
Saturday night, it's happening like 6:30 to 10:30 or so. We're going to break out the cash cube for the last hour. We'll be all of us will be live in Orlando at a content house. Friday night, we're going to watch the Jake Paul Tyson deal. Kind of give you our comments on that. If you're interested in coming to the Ale House that Saturday night, it's free. Orlando, the reason why we picked Orlando is it's our second market. If you take all of our digital world and all the algorithms and information that we can get, Orlando is our second market behind Tampa. And so we picked Orlando as our first on-the-road content house. Email Lummy at orlando@BubbaArmyHQ.com. If you plan on attending Saturday night, it's free. Come say hi. Maybe get into the cash queue. You still getting a few. Lummy, you said you're anticipating maybe 150 so far.
Yes. And obviously looking at the +1 still.
I thought we might get 30 or 40.
Yeah, I think we could get 200.
Easy.
I'm just telling you. Hello.
What's up, Bubba? How you doing? This is Brian from Charleston.
Hi, Brian. How you doing, buddy? By what means, Brian, now that we're no longer terrestrially heard in Charleston, by what means do you catch us?
I catch you on YouTube. I've got the app. Used to be Twitch. I've been listening since 2009, man. I've been rocking for a little while.
You got the old app. You know, we got a new app that's coming out probably in less than 2 weeks. That's going to be kick ass. You might want to consider that.
I do. I know all about it, man. Like I said, I'm a truck driver, so I listen every day.
Perfect.
Every morning.
What do you got for me, Brian?
Man, I just wanted to mention two things real quick. Yeah, the hurricane stuff, it's crazy, man. Living in Charleston, I live on Folly Beach, and I've stayed the last 10 years through hurricanes, man. Even stayed
and it seems like, Brian, every hurricane that hits Florida always somehow migrates its way up through Charleston. It always affects Charleston in some way, shape, or form. It's like almost Charleston's a magnet for the Florida leftover hurricanes.
It sure does. And what's funny, man, is a lot of times I live 3 streets off the ocean, and I have lost power for maybe an hour the last 10 years. It's crazy. I was taking a load to Houston.
Does the Charleston media make it like it's oh my God, it's the next coming of Jesus Christ and how bad it's going to be, and you're going to get storm surge and your house is going to be wiped out and you better sandbag and get a generator and water and all that?
Oh, it's unbelievable what they tell you and what they make you believe, man. It's insane. Grocery stores are empty. I mean, we out on Folly Beach, now no real locals live there anymore because everybody gets kicked out from the, vacation rentals. But, so everybody just freaks out and loses their mind, and it's never what it,
so
what they say it is.
Brian, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So what you're saying is the beach part of where you live, a couple streets over, like the actual beach part, no more locals live there. What has happened are all these rich people have come in, or even these hedge fund companies that have a housing division within it. They go and buy all these beachfront properties up, and then either Verbo or Airbnb them. That's what's happening to almost all water type places.
Yeah, yes, sir. You're correct, and it's sad, man, because I know I've been knowing people, like I said, I've been on that beach for 10 years, and there's people that literally did not leave that island. Like, they didn't have a car, they worked up there.
I guess cell phone.
Well, Brian, your phone's breaking up, my friend. I can barely understand you now.
I'm sorry.
All right, buddy, thanks. So, Tom, we know a guy, and I'm not going to mention his name. But he has over kind of near your condo area, has I think a beach. I think they have a 4-unit gimmick, and that's all Airbnb. And it's my understanding that that can be unbelievably, as far as money, windfall. Like people, if you have something similar to what you have on your condo, but maybe a duplex or something like that. A lot of these people that have lived in these small little houses for years are being offered so much money for these houses because these people are Verbo and Airbnb, and they're making $3-4 grand a week on them.
Yeah, it's not my shtick. So, like anything, I mean, if you pay a lot for it, you have a lot of debt service. So, I think you could probably make the most money if you've owned it for 15 years or 20 years and
got it paid down a lot or all of it off.
Right.
If somebody comes in and offers you, a really, really, really fair market price number, and all they're going to use it for is an Airbnb.
Right. That's what some people do.
Especially in the beach communities.
Yep.
Hello, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, this is Brian again.
Oh,
hey,
Brian, yeah. Real quick.
I just want to add one more thing. Emily Armstrong is absolutely amazing. You didn't go far enough into that initial video that you showed Dan and everybody, but she is incredible, man. She is unbelievable. I didn't even know about that until you showed it on the air.
Let me
Lincoln Park.
Oh, the Lincoln Park, the new lead singer for Lincoln Park, Emily Armstrong. Well, a lot of people are really like hating on her and giving her a tough time. But I think
those are music bitches.
I think that, man, I think she's perfect. I think she's absolutely perfect for what Lincoln Park needed, and might be able to take Lincoln Park to a whole nother set of a different audience. I think most of the Lincoln Park people like her. Just like our show. It's like 15 people that participate in killing us every day. That's it.
Right. Yeah. That's all I want to say, man. Hey, y'all are great. Keep on rocking, man, and I'll keep listening.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much, bud.
I'm a hardcore Lincoln Park fan.
Really?
Really?
For real?
For real.
And are you familiar with her? The new, the new lead singer that they picked?
Yeah.
And what's your opinion?
I hate it.
You don't like it?
No.
All right.
It just, it's different. I mean, I think it's cool that they're trying and that they're doing something, but
I mean, their lead singer that died can never, ever. He's one of those people that can never. Nobody could emulate.
I get it.
And the band needs to. I mean, they got a Tom Bean that's telling the band, "Hey guys, the money is not going to be here forever. You guys got to get the money. The money is in touring. You guys got to get on the road, sing the hits."
Look, for me, they have such an iconic sound, and it's so different. And it's not about, me hating it because she's a woman. It's just very different. I mean, it's just so different. Maybe it'll grow on me with some time, but I mean, it's just so different. I mean, think about, Queen. What if
like
Queen, instead of Adam Lambert, brought in a female singer? I mean, it's pretty different, man.
You mean Queen as in Freddie Mercury Queen?
Yeah, Freddie Mercury Queen, the lead singer now is Adam Lambert.
Right.
Imagine if instead of Adam Lambert, they brought in a woman. I mean, can you imagine Queen songs?
Or like AC/DC, and if Brian Johnson kicked the bucket and they brought in or James Hetfield with Metallica. That might even be a better example. Like, you got to have a kind of a dude behind there.
Right. Well, Lincoln Park had a similar, really iconic sound, just like, AC/DC. It's just so different. It's just really, really, really different. That's all. It'll take me some time to, be able to listen to it. The pitch of it's very different. It's
and with who was it, Chad? Was it Chad?
Bennington.
Chad Bennington. Chester Bennington. With him, I think the difference is she has to scream to get that sound. It
was effortless.
It was his sound. It was his natural singing voice. And so there wasn't a scream, or even if there was, it didn't sound like a scream. It was just Chester's natural singing voice. With her, she's screaming to get that sound.
Right, which makes the pitch of it much different. Just sounds so different.
Lummy, Brett Favre.
Yankee trip, $10.
We just had Brett Favre on not too long ago, and actually Fox, they did an article on Brett Favre's testimony, and Fox actually cited part of our. They're like Brett Favre said on the Bubba the Love Sponge show in October, whatever the hell it was, that he had been hit over 1,000 times. So it was kind of cool that Fox used our. His excerpt from our show as a news, as a description of what Brett Favre claims to have gone through concussion-wise. Now, is he in front of Congress, U.S. Congress, or is he in front of the Mississippi State Congress?
No, it's U.S. Congress because it was federal funds.
Yeah.
And Tom, is he in trouble? Like, is he in trouble, or is he going to be
No, he just dropped. He's got Parkinson's. Now no one's gonna, move forward with anything.
Well, he was never charged. I believe he gave the money back.
He did, but they put on some interest on it. So yeah, he paid it back in full, and then Mississippi came in with some interest.
But I think he has a pretty good explanation as to this is a Mark Ober that's after his ass, trying to make a name for himself. And let me play Brett. This is Brett Favre's excerpt in front of Congress. Now, we probably need to kind of rewind as to what he's in trouble for. I think what he's in trouble for is that his daughters played for the University of Mississippi. Is it University? Southern Miss volleyball team, and they were going to do a remodel of the volleyball facility. And Brett kicked in $1.3 million of his own money, but encouraged, and there was texts to other state officials about taking money that was earmarked for not Southern Miss volleyball complex, but welfare and other people that needed money. They were taking funds away from that department or whatever and using him to build this facility, and he was paid X amount of dollars to do X amount of speeches or speaking engagements that he never did. Now he did repay all the money back that they supposedly paid him for the speaking engagements, but
he said he didn't know that it was coming from federal funds intended for poor people, which is why then he paid the money back. But then the state of Mississippi sued him, which made this even a bigger story for interest.
All right, and so is that what they want? Is interest?
Yeah, for hundreds of thousands. Okay, and that's kind of what you were saying. Is that guy is trying to make a name for himself?
Well, Brett Favre lays it out, and while laying it out, he talks about how he has this. How he has been diagnosed with Parkinson's. It's self-explanatory.
Facility at Southern Miss, the one that's gotten all the publicity. Facility at Southern Miss, the one that's gotten all the publicity. I wanted to help my alma mater and benefit the community. Southern Miss introduced me to the nonprofit to see if they could help with the funding. I had no way of knowing that there was anything wrong with how the state funded the project, especially since it was publicly approved by many state agencies and multiple attorneys, including the Attorney General. Sadly, I also lost an investment in a company that I believed was developing a breakthrough concussion drug I thought would help others. And I'm sure you'll understand why it's too late for me, because I've recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's. This is also a cause dear to my heart. Recently, the doctor running the company pleaded guilty to taking TANF money for his own use. I believe that I got swept up in a civil lawsuit at the instigation of State Auditor Shad White facility.
So there's actually a longer one. I if you could find it for me, where he kind of gets into the Shad situation where he's a lawmaker that's trying to make a name for himself.
Yeah, he wrote a book on it.
So if you could find that for me. Here's more.
Are we Team Brett Favre? I mean, do we not? Because I know the details. It's really.
Yeah. Why don't you give me the details that I don't know?
He had a thing with I think the president of the university that he would just get funding from, and a lot of it was when he was trying to recruit Shador to come there, knowing that they were going to have to build a facility and get him money and everything like that. So he asked for certain funds from the president of the university or the guy that was running the athletic department.
Asked for personal funds for himself?
Asked for money for these projects, but asked for them to come from the things that he's saying he didn't know where they were coming from the welfare and all that stuff.
Well, I mean, he's testifying that he was asking for funds that had been already approved by the Mississippi State Attorney. I'm sorry, Attorney General.
I sent you a longer one.
Would you send me a longer one?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I don't know. I mean, at this point, do you run him down? Do you run him up the flagpole?
I mean, I don't know. He gave them. I don't think it's
he gave them.
paid it back.
He gave the money back.
Yeah, I think it's
he
fine.
He was trying to build a facility for the betterment of the women's volleyball team. Yes, his daughters played on the women's volleyball team. I've never heard the Shador wrinkle in it.
Big time.
I never heard that, but that was involved in this supposedly.
Member Neal, members of the committee, my name is Brett Favre, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to testify here today. I was born and raised in Mississippi. My parents were school teachers. I played football for Southern Miss and professionally for 20 years and was inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Since I retired from football, I've engaged in various business enterprises, endorsed products I believe in.
Yeah, I mean, he's got Copper Fit.
It sure does.
Yeah.
Wranglers.
And with my wonderful wife, Deanna, helped many charities in my home state and elsewhere. Throughout my career, there were many highs and many lows. Those lows helped me find out who I really am. They taught me to persevere, overcome challenges, and succeed. But the challenges my family and I have faced over the last 3 years because certain government officials in Mississippi failed to protect federal TANF funds from fraud and abuse and are justifiably trying to blame me.
Even when he testifies in front of Congress, he's kind of a gunslinger, isn't he?
Sure
Hey,
is.
can I get you something right here, Sponjo?
Yeah, go ahead.
It says, this is about Shador Sanders and trying to recruit him. He goes, in addition to asking then Mississippi Governor Phil Bryant to allocate $5 million for needy family dollars towards a volleyball court, Favre also pushed for an additional $1.5 million to build an indoor football facility that could attract Shador Sanders, the son of Deion Sanders. He goes, he texted the athletic director. He goes, I picked up Deion Sanders and his son, who's going to be a junior in high school and plays quarterback. He has at least 30 offers thus far, including us. Deion and I have been great friends and have great respect for each other.
All right. I mean, what's wrong with what he
asked for $1.5 million to build a facility.
$1.5 million for the school, not $1.5 million for himself.
Right.
Right, but what he's saying is he didn't know that the funds were coming from
needy families.
Right.
Right.
Those challenges have hurt my good name and are worse than anything I've faced in football. When this started, I didn't know what TANF was.
Lummy, you need to show Tom Bean where the cough button is.
Now I know TANF is one of the country's most important welfare programs to help people in need. This is a cause dear to my heart and to Deanna's, as we have our own Far for Hope Foundation to help disadvantaged children.
Okay, and if he has that's good for him.
Yes.
In 2020, Mississippi claimed that $77 million in TANF funds had been misspent, resulting in criminal convictions of state officials and people running a nonprofit which had received these funds. This nonprofit had a long-standing partnership with the state and an impeccable reputation. Mississippi also brought a civil lawsuit against numerous individuals, including me. A gag order bars the parties from discussing the specifics of the lawsuit. Instead, I'm here to share what I've now seen up close about how reforms are needed to stop the misspending of TANF funds. Even before I was sued, when I was informed that the nonprofit appeared to have improperly used TANF funds, I returned to the state the funds I had received.
Just for those scoring at home, and I'm not trying to catch any crap with Seth, but being a longtime Chicago Bear fan, it's tough to pull for Brett Favre when he's beaten you 27 times in a row.
It's tough when you have the information right in front of you here. There's a text back telling him
I'm being facetious.
No, but I'm saying, like, this is, I mean, he's lying, which is fine. He's got Parkinson's, but like this is not the truth at all. It was explained to him where the money was coming from, and he was pushing for it to come from there.
Even though I had...
Where do you get your information that you know that to be fact?
The text message that he had right here with the athletic director, who responded that he goes...
Hold on. What did Brett say? Give us the text exchange.
Brett said that we have 2 years remaining before he can sign. As I suspected, Deion's son asked where the indoor facility was, and I said, we don't have one, but we're hoping to break ground in less than 2 years. Now that will not happen without your commitment. I know we have the volleyball to complete first, and I'm asking a lot, and I believe 100% that if you can get this done, Nancy will reach and help many in recruiting war, and we will get the indoor facility football program, and we'll get the credibility we deserved. This is to the governor. Governor Bryant then responded, Nancy has some limited control over federal funds in the form of grants for children and adults. Use of these funds is tightly controlled. Any improper use could result in a violation of federal law. Auditors are currently reviewing the use of these funds by Families First. As soon as the audit is complete, we will know if the project at USM is a proper expenditure. Neither I nor Nancy can make this decision. She must have approval from DHS and the state auditor. As soon as we get approval, we can move forward. Without that approval, any expenditure could be illegal, and Nancy and USM could be made repay the federal government any and all funds spent. That's where we are waiting until this is approved.
All right, now hold on.
And then it got approved.
Hold on. Brett asked. The governor gave his explanation, including we have to be triple, careful on this and make sure we do it right. Did Brett come back with a rebuttal saying, come on, Gov, you can get it done, or was it at the end of it? After the governor's rebuttal, was there any more prodding from Favre?
Yes, I believe so. That's just the one page that I have right now. I didn't know I was going to have to make the case for Brett Favre.
No, but I'm just saying,
he spells it out that the funds are coming from Family First.
The governor says they're coming from Family First.
Right,
and the governor says we have to check this out or we'll be heavily scrutinized, including being borderline.
Which was the scam they were trying to run to get Brett Favre the money. They're like, we can't run the scam for you until we get all this approved.
So you're saying it's bad for Brett Favre to want to raise capital for his alma mater?
I'm saying Brett Favre took money from a program
Brett Favre didn't take money from anyone. Brett Favre didn't take the money to build the facility.
Nope. Okay. So where'd the money come from?
You're just saying that, Brett Favre took the money. Brett Favre
was pressing for money to come from.
Pressing for money.
Oh, my God, guys.
But Seth, pressing
I'm reading you what happened. I'm reading you what happened, and I'm going like, you guys are double teaming me, protecting Brett Favre. I know he was a good quarterback, but this is what happened.
Nobody's double teaming you. You're reading the exchanges, and we're having we're having a conversation with you. We don't have these exchanges in front of us.
Right?
You do. We're asking questions as you're giving us the information. Tom said to you, Brett Favre's not requesting this money personally. He's requesting it for this facility.
Right.
I think that's
he wanted welfare money to go to a football program to bring Shador to his college.
Okay.
That sounds like
and then we're not arguing about that. We're not arguing that he asked for this money to be used for an indoor facility to make their football team more competitive in recruiting. We're not arguing that. We're not arguing that. But I think what we're arguing is that we want to make sure that everybody understands that Brett Favre wasn't asking it to put it in his bank account and hire his construction company. He was trying to press him to. Now, yes, it's probably unethical if Brett Favre knew, and I guess we can prove now that he did know that it was coming from a federally funded TANF act that's made to help underprivileged people. Yes, we can probably prove that. But we can't say Brett Favre took it personally. He personally asked for it, but he didn't take it personally.
Well, but it sounds like the governor says that they've got to do research to make sure that it's an appropriate expenditure. So if they did that and then they decided it was an appropriate expenditure, and again, I'm not a Brett Favre mark. I don't like the Green Bay Packers, and I respect Brett Favre as an athlete, but I don't have a dog in the fight as far as being a Brett Favre mark. But to me, if what the governor says, we're going to check to make sure that it's appropriate, and then they decide that it's appropriate and they fund it, it's Brett Favre's fault that they
potentially.
Nancy New, the former director of Mississippi's welfare agency, is now sentenced to 32 years in prison.
Wow.
Right. But that's because I believe they misappropriated money and they took personal money themselves.
Well, let's go on.
Provided services to a nonprofit, and even though I knew and I know I had done nothing wrong, I returned the funds, no questions asked. I had also offered to help raise funds for a new volleyball facility at Southern Miss. Yeah, the one that's gotten all the publicity. I wanted to help my alma mater and benefit the community. Southern Miss introduced me to the nonprofit to see if they could help with the funding. I had no way of knowing that there was anything wrong with how the state funded the project, especially since it was publicly approved by many state agencies and multiple attorneys, including the Attorney General. Sadly, I also lost an investment in a company that I believed was developing a breakthrough concussion drug I thought would help others. And I'm sure you'll understand why it's too late for me, because I've recently been diagnosed with Parkinson's. This is also a cause dear to my heart. Recently, the doctor running the company pleaded guilty to taking TANF money for his own use. I believe
so far, Nancy's gotten in trouble and this doctor's gotten in trouble. Let's see who else has gotten in trouble, and I see if there's an argument to see if Favre should be in trouble.
That I got swept up in a civil lawsuit at the instigation of State Auditor Shad White, an ambitious public official who decided to tarnish my reputation to try to advance his own political career. Even after he applauded me for returning the funds and said there was no evidence that I knew TANF funds were involved. And strangely enough, Shad did not bring the TANF misuse issue to the Department of Justice, but to a local DA, who himself is now under federal and criminal investigation. He has profited from his position as someone with firsthand knowledge of the Mississippi case, but when my lawyers wanted to question him under oath, he swore he had no personal knowledge of the events. I've now sued Shad for defamation in a case upheld by the court. Most recently, the Mississippi Attorney General has even sued Shad for exceeding his powers and going after me. I've also learned that the state, believe it or not...
Now, hold on. Let me see if I understand this. So now the state of Mississippi upheld a conviction for the guy that tried to run Favre up the rope? Is that what he's saying? Is that what he's saying here?
The Attorney General has even sued Shad for exceeding his powers and going after me.
So, I mean, is that what he's saying?
He's saying that Shad's been sued by somebody else, including him, for defamation.
Also learned that the state, believe it or not, is using TANF funds to pay outside private lawyers Adam Stone and Katie Pickett of the Jones Walker firm to sue me and others. Those same lawyers, before they sued me, came to my hometown to try to convince me to retain them in this very dispute. I also understand that those same lawyers 3 years ago never even interviewed witnesses before they sued me and rejected a settlement offer from Southern Miss to resolve this dispute early on through scholarships for TANF qualifying students, a settlement that would have shut off the flow of TANF funds to the lawyers. Importantly, I have learned that nobody was or is watching how TANF funds are spent. Our laws don't sufficiently protect against TANF spending unrelated to helping people out of poverty. States have too much...
So now, what is...
By the way, Favre was given $1.1 million.
Yeah, for speaking fees,
directly.
Right, which he gave back before he was even asked to give it back. As soon as he found there was impropriety, he gave it back.
He got money, though.
Flexibility on how they spend this money, which leads to waste and abuse. We need mechanisms for oversight of TANF spending and greater clarity as to permissible uses of TANF funds. Democrats...
So let me ask, what is Favre in trouble for right now? If they didn't arrest him, now is he part of a lawsuit brought by the state of Mississippi and for his dealings and this TANF fund gate, so to speak?
He pretty much is on the hook for $228,000 of interest, is what.
Man, if I was Brett Favre, I'd write a $200. If Tom Bean was my agent, and I'd say write the check and let's be done with it.
Well, I think he's also suing to try to clear his name.
Oh, okay. Because I guess if you write the check, then you've maybe pled guilty.
Yeah.
And Republicans should agree. Rampant state misuse of TANF funds is hurting efforts to help vulnerable families and children.
I mean, it's not. This is a horrible analogy. So I want to make sure that I tell everybody that. But it's the only one that I can think of. And I don't even think it's as egregious as what I'm going to say. But it's almost like Pete Rose betting on baseball. Pete Rose bet on on baseball, and he never, ever, they have proven that he never bet to lose. Every bet he ever placed was for his team, either the Phillies or the Cardinals, to win. I'm sorry, the Reds, to win. I think that's proven that he never bet on his team to lose, because at that point you could throw the game, create an error, strike out 4 times. But if you're betting on your team to win, wouldn't you play as hard as you could to win?
Yeah, you think so?
I mean, and again, I think Brett Favre, for whatever stroke that he has with Ole Miss, Southern Miss, wherever the hell it's from, he's trying to use his likeness and his celebrity to get them a better facility for nothing that he owns or nothing that he's going to benefit in other than to make his old team a little bit more competitive in the recruiting deal. And if he was paid X amount of dollars to speak and he didn't speak but returned the money, I don't know.
And I was told Ways and Means Committee was working on this problem, so I was willing to speak to you to encourage Congress to reform this important anti-poverty program. And
will Congress find him?
No, he's not on trial at Congress. He's testifying in Congress
on behalf of this whole event.
Well, what he's wanting is he's wanting Congress to pass laws that make it more difficult and apply restrictions for the expenditure of TANF funds. What he's saying is the government is giving these TANF funds to these states.
And the states are running wild with them.
And the states are running wild with them.
Including having former quarterbacks have influence on, he's part of that running wild, right?
Right. And what he's saying is I want there to be more restrictions that, stop funds that are designated for one thing being used for other things.
Congress to put TANF guardrails in place to ensure that what happened in Mississippi doesn't happen again. I urge Congress to pass the TANF reforms included in the committee member bills, reforms designed to target funds to those truly most in need to help low-income American find and keep a job, to limit how states can spend TANF grants and reduce wasteful bureaucracy, and to protect taxpayer funds from fraud and abuse. And in closing, thank you, Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal.
There's two other high profile. They say Ted DiBiase's son also got like $2 million in welfare grants in Mississippi for his church, and Marcus
the $1 million man,
$1 million man's son, and Brett DiBiase and Marcus Dupree took some and paid off his 15-acre ranch
in Mississippi.
Yes. So those are two others' names, and he's been Brett Favre's been trying to get his name off of the suit.
I'm sure that Brett Favre's likeness and celebrity is a big deal in Mississippi and for these legislators. I'm sure it is, and I'm sure that he used it to his advantage, as we all would if we could. I don't know, and if you paid back the money. And we're squabbling over $228,000, it doesn't seem like maybe he did that much wrong. Yes, he probably knew what he was doing. Sure he did. But, I mean, I don't know if it's worth... I mean, again, I don't think that he's being criminally charged or arrested for everything. This is a complete civil deal. And I think the biggest deal of all is he's trying to clear his name and not write that $228,000 check, because if you write that check, you're admitting guilt. I'm assuming. So he's fighting for his life. Did he know about it? Probably. Is it really that big of a deal? I mean...
Well, I think if he knew that it was TANF funds and, he...
Which I think he probably did.
Well, then I think that's a problem for him, if that's true.
And that's what they're probably... The state's probably trying to prove. That he did indeed know that this was TANF funds. Well, I think the governor in the text exchange that Seth laid out said the governor, I hope he didn't get in trouble at all unless he did allot that money for said facility, because the governor was very specific in saying, listen, Nancy has to look at, it'll be highly scrutinized. It could be illegal. We got to really, really ratchet it down and button it down. We got to really, really look at it. I thought that's the exchange I thought they had.
Right. We got to make sure it's an appropriate expenditure.
So if Brett Favre asked for it, they say, hey, listen, man, we really got to do our due diligence to make sure this is okay. They decide to go ahead and issue the money. I mean,
Brett Favre used his influence.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that he did.
I mean, that's basically what happened here. He was aware of where the money was coming from. They set up elaborate scams to get the money to build a brick and mortar, gym that they weren't supposed to, and they were going to call it the wellness center so they could act like that it had some sort of meaning to the community. There was all these things that they were going through to try to help out Brett Favre. I don't think it was important to the governor of Mississippi to get Southern Miss a volleyball court.
He is a Southern Miss alumni, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think they all knew. And it's however it shakes out, Brett Favre should thank his lucky stars that he's not hemmed up on a criminal deal, and this is all civil, because civil stuff goes away even if you win or lose. Everybody uses their stroke to get what they want, and if that's again, he could very well lose this lawsuit. And listen, Tom, you know as well as I do that proving defamation and slander is a very high bar for a public figure.
Well, but, Seth, do you think that there's any credit to be given to Favre for giving the money back before he was instructed or told by anybody else? When he knew for certain that it was inappropriate, he gave the money back.
Yes, I don't think that Brett Favre should be in jail. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying that I don't think he was as oblivious as he is acting about.
And that may be true, but I think
we all act. Naturally, we all act that way. We all,
Bubba, but you didn't know about like the Shador thing. You didn't know about any of that stuff.
No,
so,
I didn't. I didn't.
That's just stuff. Those are things that I read about a couple of years ago. So,
Southern Miss never got that indoor facility or Shador.
And they still suck.
Exactly.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Willie Taggart promised Deion he'd start as a freshman.
Right.
That's the only reason. I don't know how many schools could have said that.
There's probably some mid ones.
But I think you got to give Favre some credit for using his stroke now to go in front of Congress, say, you guys got to get off your ass and put.
I mean, he's kind of reversing the heat, isn't he?
Yeah, he's like, this is bad, and I admit.
And I got caught up in it.
Right, and I don't want it to happen again. So he's using his stroke there for something good.
But it's also a reverse end around to cover his ass.
Yeah.
He can say, look, I got bamboozled, and I don't want the next guy to get bamboozled. There needs to be.
My personal opinion, it's really bad timing for him to use that platform to say, I've got Parkinson.
Yeah.
I mean.
I think it was perfect.
Well, I mean, but it becomes less. It takes away from his. In my opinion, it takes away from his Parkinson's. Like that should be a bigger deal in itself. But he's just trying to use he's trying to use it as a kicker on this deal.
He worked it like it was no big deal. But
yeah. Like I would have gone on more about it.
Right, but I think he's played it as a sympathy card.
Yeah.
I just don't know that that's the right timing for that.
Rick Swally texted me.
Yeah, last night he texted me.
Yeah, he just wanted to make sure we were okay. You think we should try to make it down to East Bay?
We have a monster truck show.
The week of East Bay?
Isn't it the 12th?
Yeah, I think so. Monster trucks. We got the monster truck show on the 12th, right, bud?
Pretty sure.
Yep, and then we got the tour destruction on the 9th. And then I guess the reschedule for this weekend on the 2nd. So we'll be there back-to-back weekends. The 2nd. We'll be there the 12th, 2nd, and 9th. And then we're done. Because me and Billy have got to... Oh, I got to tell you what we're going to do. We're going to... let's talk out here.
You guys are back to being besties again?
No. He did have a pretty... He did have a pretty good conversation. He addressed it before I addressed it.
Shake weight. Hey, it's just me, guys. How's it going? Big hurricane coming. Snizzles is there. He's freaking out. He's obviously he's a big time northerner. He's not a real cracker. Scared of a little thunderstorm. Jerry Jones, the government officials were at fault.
So
I would do it flush.
But that's what we're going to do. Yeah, we'll flush it. But all of December is what we're going to be doing that.
Yeah, they're so heavy, so that when that front edge gets wet, they could tilt and.
Yeah. So we'll flush, but that's. Don't you think that's neat? I mean.
Yeah, I think that.
Very much.
I think that'll help. Yeah,
all right.
For sure.
All right, everybody's got their tickets.
Oh, they do. You guys got them?
Courtesy of me, yeah. Well, you bought them, but courtesy of me dishing them out. I lent the merch.
I purchased. Hold on. I purchased. You distributed.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's working together. That's cooperation.
I know. Merch Trick really. I mean, she really had no idea how to get the tickets. That
I know. Yeah, I mean, she can pack and ship like a motherfucker.
Oh no, she's yeah.
When the sign said long-haired freaky people need not apply.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
Need not apply.
Tom Bean is a guest host today. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. He's got to blast out of here in about 57 minutes. A little blood work. Willie to make sure he stays healthy for his hot wife. Tom, you can't let yourself go. Like, when you have as beautiful wife and as much above the rim as you outkicked your coverage, you gotta no wonder you're shaving, trying to stay young. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, you got a very beautiful wife. You can't let yourself go, so that's why you're going to get your blood work, making sure all your levels are good.
What do you mean you go like 4 times a year, Bubba?
Well, it's just because I'm fat.
Are you making appointments?
I'm fat, and so I'm fat, so I got to keep up my levels so that I can get fat will can contribute to all types of things from diabetes to heart disease to all of that. And so I keep up on my levels because I'm fat. Tom keeps up on his levels because he needs to stay, sexy for his beautiful wife, who I care so very much about. I almost had to blow in a call to her because I was nervous about something. We had a meeting a while back, and I was nervous to tell you something, and I was going to call her to get her advice about it, and then I man-coded it. I'm like, no, I just think I need to step up and face the music, and just he'll be cool about it, and I don't need to blow in a Gina deal because he could kind of get mad about that. And sure enough, I walked in there, and I was nervous to talk to you about it, and you're like, yeah, no problem. That's not a problem. That's, okay. Let me get my calendar out. See, you probably know what I'm talking about now.
Yep.
I was so afraid, Tom, to ask you that.
That's how people feel about when talking to you, Bubba.
Really?
They're so afraid to talk to you, yeah.
Well, hold on. Do I give Tom Bean, vibes out?
Well, I wanted to let you know the way you probably feel about talking to Tom about certain things is the way people feel about talking to you about almost all things.
So is that why they go to Lummy?
That's why a lot of information.
Let me ask you a question. If anybody's afraid to ask me, who goes to who to get to me? Lummy,
Lummy's Lummy's really the one who's afraid of you the most. I try to step in. Like, I'll always go and wake you up or, get you from your chair before a podcast because I know Lummy doesn't like to, if you're potentially sleeping.
Yeah, you're always the one that comes in and says, okay, Sponjo, 5 minutes, you good for 5 minutes?
Yeah.
And aren't I always real pleasant about it?
Yeah.
Listen, I got PTSD from 2008, and I understand it was a totally different situation, but when you would sleep in the afternoon, holy crap, man! When between shows, if you walked,
I was a different person then.
I know, but if you made a noise,
impossible back
you
then.
could get your ass kicked.
I mean, listen, Tom Bean. Tom Bean is on record by saying, finally, after 30 years, finally, I can get him to start to listen and use better judgment. Finally. I mean, Tom, haven't you most recently been recorded in saying that?
I have. It's true.
It's like,
I know, but I got PTSD when you guys were
Lummy,
napping.
can you imagine, Lummy, can you imagine how much more ahead of the game I would be if I had today's mentality of not flipping out, not engaging on Twitter? Like, I mean, Lummy,
how much better would your life have been?
If I just would have, Tom Bean took me aside one time when I was on Twitter, full blowed. I mean, full.
You should have just deactivated your Twitter in the middle of the night.
He tried. He did. He tried. He really did. He's like, let me have your phone. I'm like, no.
And then he sets up, his own troll accounts to troll himself.
So then one time,
were you Gracie Raw?
So Lummy, listen. So I'm all in this Twitter thing, man, fighting and just engaging and going crazy. And so Tom took me aside. He goes, Bubba, when you engage this person, they have 48 followers. Don't you understand that their message is only being seen by 48 people? And
until you engage.
And then when you engage, you're, 48, whatever we had at the time. Now you've created this person. You've given this person all types of traction and a way bigger platform than they ever could have, just on themselves. So I would suggest that you not engage. Like, if you just ignore, shut up, Tom. I'm telling you right now, I know what I'm doing. Unless I get throat cancer and I can't talk, we're going to be okay. All right. You worry about it. And like, Lummy, you tell me, and I know you and Seth both look at our Twitter.
Yes.
When's the last time you saw me engage anybody? All I do is retweet, famous people's stuff so that we can get some traction. I don't engage anybody.
I do, and I act like it's you.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I'm sure Lummy sees it from time to time.
You should engage the love and ignore the hate.
I don't even engage. I just
We really don't mess with a lot of hate on Twitter.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah. So Tom took me aside and go, please, just stop. And let me, that's just the tip of the iceberg of how impossible I was and how I rolled around and thought I was all that. And
that doesn't cure Lummy's PTSD of asking you, having to wake you up in 08.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah.
Or not wake you up.
So I had a favor to ask Tom. And him and I are literally, like brothers. We're like best friend brothers. He's represented me and been my guy since 1993. And like, we've been through everything. My highest of highs, my lowest of lows. There's nothing that I cannot tell him. Nothing that I can't tell him. And so I shouldn't be afraid to ask him anything, like nothing. And oddly enough, I've reciprocated and done some nice things for Tom. If we were keeping score, it'd be, 160 Tom, 56 Bubba, as far as, but when I can do nice things for Tom, I do. It's just our dynamic. Nobody keeps score. I'll never be able to, no matter, even unless I won Powerball, I would never be able to repay Tom financially for how much he has pulled my ass out of a ringer back in 17 and 18, Lummy, when payroll would come around and Tom would say, hey, listen, you're $2,600 short for payroll. I'll cover you. I got you. I can't ever repay Tom. When I can't,
not even with easy installments of $10.99.
Tom would laugh at if I went to Tom and say, Tom, can I start making installments? He'd laugh at me. He goes, I don't even know where to begin, bitch. So I had a favor to ask him, and it's a pretty big favor. And I was so nervous, and I had a meeting with him about some other things, and I was going to sneak this one in at the last, but I wanted to kind of maybe run it by Gina to see what she would have said about it, and I was going to maybe say. But then I thought, no, I don't want to get Gina involved because at the end of the day, this is right. Tom's the one that determines this situation. Like Gina doesn't. Gina has a huge say-so in it, but Gina doesn't manage this situation. Is that Tom? Am I describing it correctly?
Yeah, she has big influence.
No, she's got all the influence if she wanted, but she the managing and scheduling of this particular situation, she didn't have anything to do with. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's you.
Yep.
So I asked Tom, and Tom's like, I asked Tom the favor, and he goes, oh, hold on, let me look. Let me look at some paperwork here. He shuffled through some paperwork, highlighted a few things, went through a couple other pieces of paperwork, and goes, yeah, that should be okay. You're good. I was like, oh, my God. But Tom, I just to tell on myself, I almost called Gina on that one. Was that the right move not to call her?
Yeah, that was the right move.
Because if she had called down and said, hey, honey, can you do this for Bubba? Would you have said, hey, numbnuts, why didn't you just ask me? Because I'm the one that's going to have to say yes or no anyway. And then I would have gotten more trouble for that.
Right.
See, I'm learning, Tom. I'm learning.
Right. Just go to the source.
There you go.
And I'm not married, so I don't need Gina for nothing, really, at the end of the day. Till the day we sell the track and I tell her the good news. Hello. Hello.
Perfect.
You there? Great, thanks. So, Seth, is this another example of Israel having some unbelievable intelligence and finding out where Hamas or Hezbollah or wherever?
Yeah, Hezbollah.
Now, is Hezbollah another form of Hamas, or is Hezbollah a city within Lebanon?
Hezbollah is a flat-out terrorist group that I think even a lot of the Lebanese people are not a fan of. They're
even worse than Hamas. Hezbollah.
I mean, I don't know. It's tough to answer that.
So is Israel fighting both?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're fighting the whole Middle East.
So if you're
20 on one, baby.
So like if you're the Middle East and you got some sleeper cell of bad guys, you just go fight Israel.
You just team up with the other sleeper cells,
Well, Israel, even by U.S. Military standards, Israel has one of the best intelligence. They're not as big as we are, but boy, they have some very well trained. Highly intelligent, information, and they found out where Hezbollah was storing some of their ammunition.
They've been storing it in houses and in garages and everything like that.
Condos and things like that, right?
Yeah.
And it looks like Israel found out where one of these ammunition storage places was, and so they're like, and listen, this is I think in bounds.
So,
because we're only blowing up. We're not hurting innocent people unless you're the innocent person that lives next to where they're storing the ammo. And in that case, that's the cost of doing business. What do you say,
Well,
Lemmy?
one of the big differences, I guess, right now, what they're saying is with the difference between Hamas and Hezbollah is they're both backed by Iran, but Hezbollah hasn't taken up 100% the cause for Palestine. So that's their difference.
So Hezbollah's still riding the fence a little bit?
Yes.
Well, how can you ride the fence a little bit? How can you be like,
But
well, we
they
kind of like his, we kind of, okay.
No, they both hate Israel.
The hate of Israel brings everybody together.
Okay.
Yes. But they're not 100% behind the Palestinian cause.
Right. Well, Israel found out where Hezbollah was hiding some of their ammunition and stuff. And, once you blow that up, it's just not one blow. It's just not one, because all the ammunition has to go off.
Oh, it's the 4th of July.
Oh, this looks like, a Kiss concert. So this is footage. Is this in Lebanon?
Yeah.
And in Israel pinpointed where Hezbollah has been storing some of its ammunition, and this is how it went down. I got to think if you're a condo that's close to this is insert. You can't survive this. I don't think this is survivable.
I don't know how close people are when this happens.
Well, I mean, like this place right here. I mean, is it getting bullet shot into it? Because to me, it sounds like it's literally rounds full of maybe.
I think those are things exploding.
Yeah.
And again, what if you're in this condo right there?
That smoke's got to be so good for the environment.
Yeah. So, hold on. Seth, so much for the next door neighbors that we thought might be okay.
Oh, man. Close your windows.
I mean, this goes on and on and on. There's another 30 seconds.
It is like those fireworks that you buy and you set them off in the middle of the street, and then they just don't stop, and you have no idea.
If you had fireworks like this, man, you'd be the most popular guy in the entire neighborhood, as long as nobody got killed. Now they play music?
It sounds like it.
You okay? Yeah. The condo's blowed up. And now it doesn't look like it left much of a fire. Like it just kind of,
I don't know how this stuff works.
I think it blew out half of the side of that building, and
it just goes out on its own?
I think so. I mean, I don't know that concrete can burn. Tom, can concrete burn? I don't think it really can it? No. So I think concrete just blows up, and then when whatever's in it, it blows up, and that what?
I sent you 2 tweets of the Israel blowing up houses that they show missiles shooting out of the houses.
All right, is it 2 different ones?
Yes.
All right, here's one.
And then the Lebanon were saying that Israel was just shooting out houses with no ammunition, but they have proof that missiles are coming.
All right, so now Israel has proof that there's missiles been coming out of this house.
Yes.
And Israel gives them the good news?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Oh, is it? Now, hold on.
And then there's the missiles that's shooting out of the house after they blew them up. And it shot and hit another house.
Yeah.
Oh, my
so
God.
The house they blew up that had missiles in it started shooting other houses.
It made other missiles come out, and then it shot another. Hold on, let me see. Is there sound on this? No, there's no sound. Usually there's no sound on this.
The idea for release is a lot of footage, man.
Yeah. This is another one.
Yeah, as they're blowing it up, watch the missiles out the side. Oh, we don't have any missiles. Okay, but when we blow you up, missiles come out. Watch, ready? Boom, there's one came out. Man, you're not surviving that. But I will tell you, man.
Don't be putting missiles in your house, man.
Yeah, don't.
Look at them all.
I mean, and if you're living in this area and Hezbollah comes up to you and says, we'd like you to put missiles inside your house. No way, buddy. No way. I got to give Israel some credit, though, man. They're very pinpointy. They're not blowing everybody up. They're just blowing up individual houses that got the bad guys in them.
There's videos of like the Lebanese catching like a stray Hezbollah guy, like just running for his life, and they start beating the crap out of him.
Just out of curiosity, though, if Hezbollah comes to you and says, we're going to put missiles in your house, can you really say no?
I think you can move out.
I think you can leave.
I go missing.
I think you can say, well, Tom, I mean, not everybody, you got a house, you got a call different. We don't have many choices. Tom be like, yeah, go ahead. I got 4 other houses. No big deal.
Does Hezbollah come back? Does Hezbollah come back to fire off the rockets, or are you in charge of firing off the rockets?
I don't know. I think they come back.
Okay.
Don't make me. I'll be like, listen, buddy, I can't fire the rockets too. Hello, who's this? God, let me. That one.
Tampa.
The one. Yes, go ahead. You're on the air.
I've got a question for one of my favorite guests you'll have on is Mr. Tom Bean. Now I know he's a Domino's kingpin. I know that if you sell enough Domino's, you receive a Rolex. I wonder if he's ever done that or how that whole thing works. Or I'm just curious. I know I'm throwing you.
Is that the modern day Domino's, Tom, or is that the Tom Monahan Domino's?
It's both. It's still a tradition today. You know, the watch has changed, I think, from a Rolex to an Omega. But I received Rolex watches as a store manager and as a area supervisor back in the day.
How many rollies you got that I don't know about? Because I would have been I didn't know that my agent had 10 rollies I could have been wearing.
I said 2.
Oh, okay.
2. You know, and they got the Domino's logo on them. So,
like Daytonas, like nice ones.
Well, they're stainless
They're
steel.
typically Air Kings.
Yeah, you know, they're nice. I mean, you know, it's an award that you want to win if you're, you know, a Domino's employee.
Tom Bean says he's got 2 rollies, bud.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. You guys have a great day.
I sent you the Rolex, Bubba, with the Domino's.
Yeah, the first one I got was as a general manager for managing a store. I started as a delivery driver, and you know.
Look at this. Started as a delivery driver, and then are you the most successful delivery driver in the history of Domino's?
Probably not.
The guy that hold on. You're going to try to tell me that there's people in the Domino's franchisee ownership world.
All Domino's franchisees started in the company somewhere.
Oh.
You know, customer service reps, drivers. They're all super successful people.
So you got 2 of these bad boys? Why have I never seen it? Why don't you ever wear them?
Yeah, I have one of those, and I have a gold one that I got as the supervisor. But they have the logo on it now.
Don't anybody here at the BRN start getting any ideas? We're going to start BRN rollies.
Really?
And if they are, they're going to be made in Chinatown. I'll tell you that right now.
And, you know, it's engraved on the back with the store number.
And your name.
Those were awarded when you had a store in the 80s that you'd average $20,000 a week.
Really?
If you averaged $20,000 a week, you got a Rolex.
Well,
that was the incentive.
Yeah. We don't have it. Glad we don't have that here. Handing out rollies.
20,000 a week, man. That's pretty good.
Yeah, in the 80s.
That's $1 million. That's $1 million a year.
It was a lot back in the
80s.
Back in that time period.
And hold on, what was a large? You know, the one I like to get, the Works. What was the Works back in 84? Like $6.99?
The Extravaganza.
Yeah, the Extravaganza.
No, actually, the Extravaganza, or the EBA, which was everything but anchovies, which is your gimmick.
Right.
For a large was $16.19.
Back then?
Yes.
And what is it now?
You know, regular price. I really don't know. You know, to be honest, you know, I don't price it like that anymore today. But
Domino's has got so many different combinations.
The value, you
get $3 off if you tip. You get you get emergency pizza. Like you got, as soon as you go to the app, then you go, like, it tells you what type of deals they got going on. You can get 2 mediums for.
Well, we have a coupon that's the $6.99 mix and match. So like you can get medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 if you order 2 or more, and you can swap that out with sandwiches or
has anybody had? In fact, the last time we had a meeting at Tom, he catered in some Domino's. I didn't even get pizza.
$19 for the Extravaganza
it's only gone
pizza
up
large.
It's only gone up $4 since the 80s.
Yeah.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, cheese has gone up 200%.
Right.
I guarantee it has.
Well,
hasn't that been within your world of Domino's? That's the biggest thing that's killing your food cost right now is the price of cheese.
Yeah, you know, all things are higher. You know, everything's higher. But you know, you can get, like I said, 4 medium, 8-slice 2-topping pizzas for under $30 if you pick it up.
4.
$6.99, each. So $7 plus sales tax, $28 plus sales tax, right around $30. You can get 4 medium 2-topping pizzas. Where can you get value like that?
Domino's.
It's good value. It's quality. It's really quality product.
Lummy, do you know what? Domino's is not a pizza company.
No.
You know what it is?
What?
It's a technology company that happens to sell pizzas.
Yep.
I got that one from Tom Bean.
Oh, nice.
I mean, isn't that where Domino's got a huge advantage in the market share because they are and have always been the most technologically advanced with regards to ordering things on your app. Like, they kill everybody. In fact, everybody's trying to chase Dom. That's where you guys really excelled.
Yes.
Prior to you guys really putting a ton of effort into the app business, everything was probably a little more even.
Yeah, it just makes it simple. You go to the app, you go to the website, it geo-targets where you're at, sends you to the proper store. All the coupons are there. You can track your pizza. You can see when it's going to be delivered. You can see when it leaves the store. You can see when it's in your neighborhood.
You know where you can really save a lot of money, Lummy?
Where?
Pickup.
Carry out.
Yeah, and you know what? You don't even have to get out of your car. They say flash your lights. So you pull up the front and you flash your lights.
And it's like 1 minute.
And in the app you describe, I put smart car camouflage with lights, and I go in there, bing bing bing, hit my lights, and within a minute, I got a guy coming out here and handing me my pizzas.
Every Thursday we go to Domino's and do that after swim.
Yeah, you can actually, in the app now, all you have to do is hit the bell in the app. It'll notice the store that you're outside, and they'll just come out and deliver it to you.
Yep. Nice. Seth, we were talking about Macklemore.
Yeah.
And of course, he has the right to say F America, but, sometimes your First Amendment right can get you in trouble.
Well, I found out why he got such a good pop when he said F America at this concert, because it was for a pro-Hamas concert or something like that. So he knew when he said F America, he knew he knew the pop was coming.
Pandering might get you a pop, but you know what? It might get you canceled too.
Right. He wasn't just out there at a regular concert saying F America. That could go sideways on you fast, but
Macklemore has been dropped from a Las Vegas festival lineup after saying F America at a fundraiser for terrorist groups. You know what?
And also, he's a part owner of the Seattle Kraken and I think the Sounders. Maybe their soccer team, and they came out and said that they don't agree with what he said.
He's part owner.
Yeah.
Of the Kraken.
Yeah.
Wow, where's he coming up with that kind of money?
I bet they can make him sell his ownership interest for doing that stuff.
I bet you they can. They probably have some kind of
probably trying to figure out how to do it right now.
Oh, I'm sure they are. Like, man, who the hell let Macklemore in here on the investment deal?
No one needs to deal with an F America right now on there. No corporations want to deal with that.
Just like I said, it doesn't matter who you're voting for.
Yeah,
I love Tom. In fact, I had this conversation with Tom Bean 2 weeks ago. He's like, I love my country. I love America. I have an opinion on who I'd like to be president, but if my person doesn't win, doesn't mean that I don't love my country. I love my country. I wouldn't be able. I don't think, Tom, you could have the success that you have had in any other country. Maybe, I don't know. You might be just as powerful as a domino gimmick in Canada. I don't know. Probably.
Yeah, who knows? But there's, we've talked about it before. The whole thing of make America great again. That makes it sound like we're not great now. America isn't perfect, but we're the greatest country, period.
We're hitting a speed bump right now, but we're not going to, all four wheels ain't going to fall off.
Yeah, we've been hitting speed bumps for all of time. We've had a civil war, we've had Vietnam and, civil rights and, democracy's never easy.
And now we got $7 eggs.
Yeah, democracy's never easy. Allowing people to have a different opinion and live their life a different way is never easy.
When we come back, let me, I know I've got so many articles to go through. We'll get through them. One, this has gone viral, this little kid drinking a beer, but you can clearly see that the beer is empty.
Yeah.
Dad drank the beer, the kid grabbed the empty, and then acts like she's drinking the beer. And of course, virally, it's got 11.7 million views because it was like, they label it. Here we go. Toddler caught throwing back a beer at the University of Texas game over the weekend. The child, who appears to be about 4, is seen chugging a Michelob Ultra. Chugging. Her mom appears to be completely oblivious to what's going on. According to the individual who shared the video, the mother was surprised to find out that the beer was all gone. Yes, it was all gone because when she started acting like she was drinking it, it was an empty beer to begin with. It's clear. Clear as day that it's empty. And the kid's just pretending to be. Listen, I used to, when I was growing up and my dad had beer, and we would act like we were drinking beer. But we weren't. We were drinking empties. And this is obviously Lummy, we need to get, Lummy, if these people got 11.2 million, we can use Walker. Take the headphones off and start giving them beer.
Giving them beer?
Yeah.
And get them taken away from me?
Yeah. No. When the cops come, what you do, Lummy, is you don't show, you videotape yourself saying, hey, this is Lummy and this is what beer do you drink at the stadium?
Miller Lite.
Okay, here's my big tall boy Miller Lite. It's empty. See, look, and you videotape yourself showing it. Okay, then you videotape it, putting it right in the drink holder in front of Walker.
I think you fill a couple of them up with like apple juice.
Yeah, exactly. So they really are chugging. And then when the cops go, it'd be like, hey, listen, it's apple juice, Johnny, whatever. Lummy, 11.2 million views. That's got to be at least a couple $100.
Seth, let's get together and we'll have our kids have a whole big.
Get Sammy in there slamming too.
Beers.
Oh, yeah, for sure. She loves Smirnoff Ice.
Perfect. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
You don't bring a flask.
Well, you stick it.
Should do it.
Do you stick it in your butt?
No, because I metal detector.
Yeah. What do you do? What do you do?
Well,
because you're not buying 10 beers at a game,
Well, you don't bring. You can't bring beer. No, I mean if you
Let me can you smuggle in a little flask?
No, because it's metal. So what you have to do is
get the
make
mini
it
shot.
plastic.
Yeah. Okay.
Has to be plastic.
Plastic.
But I mean, I wouldn't condone that.
No, I no.
Taken away from the vendors that are in the stadium.
Yes, I get that. Man, we're gonna miss the Fever game tonight.
They'll have it on TV there.
They better. I'm gonna ask for it.
They got drilled in that first game.
She got killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
She was like 3 for 15.
Big moment. Rookie. She'll learn.
Yep, she will.
She'll get better.
Ooh. Hell yeah, content funding. Thank you, Instagram.
Archer said the storm is now not moving. I sent you a new picture from Macho.
It's literally not moving. That's not ideal.
The infrared is not moving. The eye area drops south. That's from. Macho was saying the 8 o'clock. There's one.
Let me. The last picture I get is this.
You can actually see go down.
I sent you.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's above that. I just reset it, buddy.
Infrared, you can see it's just moving.
All right, so what's that?
Yeah.
Bubba said, Macho was saying that the spaghetti models are moving.
It's moving slow.
Move it further out towards us.
Yeah, the latest spaghetti model, some come towards Tampa again.
What up, Brian?
But more towards CDK.
Oh, shit! It sure as hell does. They've got them all. They've got half the spaghetti models coming through here, or right by it.
So it's moving east.
Yeah, or projected to. What the heck? We were at the start of the show. We were out of it.
We're back.
Is that 13 again, the Sky Tower?
Damn right, Gary. Thank you very much for the help on that. What up, Brian?
I just got a text from a friend and said, "Who the fuck would have ever thought Tom Bean was a Linkin Park fan?"
There you go.
Yeah, I'll get a bong taller than her, Steve.
Now, these spaghetti models, let me. Is this? Oh, this is Channel 13 shit.
Yeah, this is from the 8 o'clock hour.
So now they got 2 coming our way.
Osterberg's up there breaking it down. It doesn't look like we're going to get much rain.
The Orlando Content House Shindig, happening November 15th and 16th. If you're dumb enough to come, email us, orlando@bubbaarmyhq.com. Let the crew know if you want to be registered for Friday Night Fight Night, orlando@bubbaarmyhq.com. The BTLS show now returns.
Lummy, we Friday, during Friday's show, we're going to pick the fan that gets a BARP invitation.
Yes.
And chat will help us do that. Between Rumble, YouTube, X. The X doesn't have chat. So Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. That'll be where we are monitoring. And chat knows the person that didn't financially qualify but is there every day backing us up, sticking up for us, spreading the word, the good word that's not a troll, that maybe Lummy fights off the trolls.
Yes,
we'll do that on Friday, okay?
Sounds good.
Fantastic. Supposedly channel Fox 13 and their Sky Tower weather. I don't think Paul Delegato's up this early doing it. I think they got somebody. I don't think Paul's.
No, they got
doing
Osterberg.
They got, okay.
Dave
they
Ostenberg.
got Dave Ostenberg. And the 8 o'clock update on the spaghetti models have changed a little bit. As this, is it Hurricane Helene?
Yes.
Is it Helene?
Yes.
Hurricane Helene has kind of not sputtered out, but she's not moving as fast as she was. She's slowed down a little bit. And that maybe might cause it to go a little bit more eastward. And so this is as big as I can get it, Lummy. I can't get the screen any bigger than this. But it's much bigger on what people can see. And it looks like they got a purple and a yellow spaghetti model. The yellow is the HWRF, and the purple is the TABD. They got them coming. Well, the yellow one's got is basically hitting just north of Tampa. Looks like it would be probably Citrus County. Everything else still's got it vectoring off into the Big Bend area, but the 8 o'clock hour does have a couple spaghettis coming our way. Does that change? That probably changes things quite a bit with regards to what we get. So I guess, all we can do is sit here and
Is this a way to just keep us locked into every stupid report they put out?
See, Channel 13 was like, you know what, we're losing viewers in Tampa because people think it's not a big deal. We need to throw a couple stragglers over there so we can keep them locked, right? Because otherwise, would we be watching Channel 13 at 2 in the afternoon?
Nope.
No, we would not. Hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, Bubba, big fan, but listen to you since 97.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I just wanted to reiterate on that Brett Favre thing. I love Brett Favre. He's my favorite. I played him in high school football. My cousin went to college with him. That's when I seen him in college. He's probably right about being hit a lot because in high school, we hit him a lot. But on the USM thing, it's not that they're going after him because of the money. It's about what started it was the college situation with his daughter. That's what started them going after him. It had really nothing to do with the rest of the stuff till later on. But he's innocent pretty much on the rest of the stuff. Like I said, he gave back the money. Everybody back home agrees because that's where I'm from. I'm like,
so you're kind of giving us a local Mississippi perspective from somebody that lives there, grew up with the guy, and you're kind of giving us the pulse of Mississippi, if you will.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. And they're all saying, what are the people of Mississippi saying?
Everybody's saying it's a witch hunt, but the situation with his daughter is the only thing that everybody agrees that he's guilty of.
Well, I mean, the situation. I mean, listen, he is guilty of asking or using his influence to persuade funds to. Now, I do think, Lemmy, as much as the indoor facility didn't get built for the football team, I do know the volleyball facility did get built. Now, so yes, he but I don't know that he's guilty of necessarily being the one. He might have used his influence, but I don't know that, he's the one that okayed I think there's a lot of checks and balances for that money to be appropriated way above Brett Favre. I don't think Brett Favre's the one that said, okay, yep, I'm going to go ahead and sign off on this, and it's going to be a done deal. Yes, did he use his likeness to get it done or to help get it done? Yeah. And did it benefit his daughters? Probably, but it's also benefiting generations to come. The volleyball team is going to have a nicer facility. Was it selfish? Probably, yeah.
That's the only thing that everybody back home is saying. It's a volleyball thing. That was a selfish thing. But the other stuff, everybody knows he really didn't have nothing to do with the others. Like you said, the checks and balances, the higher up people, they're the ones who created that mess. But that's the whole reason that attorney went after him. It started with the volleyball thing.
I think having Brett Favre on the show a few times, maybe considering him somewhat of a friend. I know he knows who I am. I know he enjoys being on the show.
Yes.
I would say that what he did is he really having been diagnosed with Parkinson's is really a big deal. And it's like he kind of really didn't do himself any justice by highlighting that he has Parkinson's because he's been concussed so many times. And I don't think he should have used it during his testimony because it loses a lot of its bite. With him having Parkinson's is a big deal, and I think he tried to strategically use that to better himself during his testimony, and I don't think it was effective or at all. And I think people would feel sorry for Brett even more if he would just have addressed I have Parkinson's on its merit alone.
Yeah, because I didn't know who he was at first. I came to USM visiting my cousin, Bobby. He played for the Oakland Raiders. He played with Brett at USM, and I was like, who's the quarterback? Y'all got a decent quarterback. And he's like, yeah, he went to Oak Grove. I'm like, Oak Grove? I said, they don't have no quarterback. He's like, yeah, we never gave him a chance to throw when he played at Oak Grove. But I see him throwing cars. I'm like, oh, yeah, he can throw.
Oh yeah, when he played in high school, his dad ran a wishbone offense that did not throw. Favre was a wishbone quarterback. He ran more than he threw.
Yep, that is correct. That's what he did. I said, I know that dude can throw. Like, yeah, he can throw, but he never throw or nothing. We didn't give him much of a chance. I come from a powerhouse high school in football.
Well, I appreciate it, man. I tell you, I'm honored that I got an African American trucker out of Mississippi that listens to the show. How do you listen to us, sir? By what means?
I listen to you right now on 8:20 a.m. I'm a little background. I was your number one Negro. I retired from McGill Air Force Base.
You can say that, and I can't. But yeah, okay. You're my number one. You're my number one guy. Yeah.
Years ago, we started that. Years ago, I called in because another guy would call you, checking in. He said he's your number one Negro, and I called and said, no, I'm the number one Negro. Then we got to like 99 or 100 and something. Everybody on base when I was seated.
I had 100 of them at one time. Now I got one. I got one left.
Number 80 something.
One left. You're my number one. You're my number one.
Number one Negro.
Yes, you can say it. I can't, but I'm very, very thankful that we've reconnected. My number one friend, and I appreciate you being a daily listener, and appreciate you sticking around. You know, we got a new app that's coming out soon that you'll be able to navigate through and find various things that you might like. So be looking for the new Bubba Army HQ app soon. It probably will be out in about a week or so, my number one friend.
Okay, great.
All right, buddy. Good talking to you. Good talking to you, number one.
Number one Negro.
Okay, buddy. See you later. Tom, did I handle that politically correctly enough?
Like a pro.
Thank you. Hello.
Bubba, Adam from Jacksonville.
Hi, Adam.
Yeah, I'm your number one white trucker.
Okay, number one honky.
Matt Hoxie for 25.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, number one honky. I think. Can I say honky if I'm a white guy?
Yeah, you just can't say cracker.
Okay, then honky. Sorry, I'm a number one honky.
Hey, you remember talking about the suicide capsule? I don't know, a month or two ago.
The suicide what?
Yes.
The suicide capsule in Switzerland.
Yeah, it was a thing you go on, Bubba, where you hit, you want to die, and you're dead within 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah, and it was in capsule form.
Yeah,
right? Yeah, I do remember.
You just go to the mall or something, and they have one of those pod stores where you just go and die.
It's like it's like a RU-486 when you're trying to get rid of the kid, but you're really just trying to get rid of yourself.
Yes.
No, you climb up in this thing.
Oh yeah, you climb into this like a capsule kind of deal, and then I think it does it gas you?
I don't know. I think they just put you to sleep and then they suffocate you. Basically.
Yeah.
But anyway, they had their first tryout, and it was some lady from America in terminal or whatever. Well, they arrested all the operators, I guess, there on site, and like all kinds of people from the corporate office.
Yeah, it's in your messenger, Bubba.
Oh, man.
The story is.
The suicide capsule?
Yeah, it's in your messenger.
Were they just waiting?
Can you imagine if you went to the mall and you're like, if you had a crappy day, didn't get the parking that you wanted, bounced 3 checks. Yeah. Just get inside this capsule right here.
Go next to Gap Kids, and boom, here it is.
Next to Gap Kids and the Orange Julius. Go right in there.
Oh, I'd bounce all kinds of checks, have a really good day the day before, and then climb up in it.
Yeah. I got the story right here, buddy. I'm gonna look into it, okay?
Yeah.
Appreciate the heads up. Thank you, sir. My number one honky. American woman's death in the suicide capsule leads to arrests in Switzerland. Criminal proceedings have been launched against several people for indictment and aiding and abetting suicide. Now, is Switzerland...
That's not good for business.
Yeah, I mean, who's the smart guy that decided this was a good business plan?
Yeah.
They didn't get the right permits.
I will tell you this. I will tell you this, man. I don't agree with it. I don't think it's a smart idea. But it is a pretty slick-looking instrument, is it not?
I sent you to CNN. They did a story on it. It's like a minute 14.
All right, here we go.
This whole thing, and I don't think this one has a video.
Is this it right here?
No, that's about Paralympian.
Oh, those stories are inspirational.
CNN's up at the top.
Right. Okay. Here we go. So it's a story.
Yep.
Thank you, my friend. See, probably give
A Chewy order is on the way for
Chewy.
Oh, we get Chewy.
Yeah, Chewy. We might start. I think we might start endorsing Chewy on the podcast.
He can't shop for himself. So when he gave his rue of approval on the food Dad bought on
We love Chewy.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Chewy, Dad put it on auto ship.
Hey, man,
So
do you
it'll-
guys know one of the largest Chewy distribution points is just one exit down from the track?
Always gets delivered right on Rue's schedule. The flavor Rue loves, the savings they love. For automatic delivery and 5% savings, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
Well, Swiss police have made several arrests after a 64-year-old American woman took her own life using a controversial suicide pod. The self-operated capsule causes death by hypoxia, where the body is starved of oxygen, and it was used at a Swiss woodland location on Monday. Their assistant.
Now, what if you get in there and you're like, okay, I don't think I want to do it, and they already started the process? Don't worry if they have this big red button that you hit.
Yo, they do. It says like I'm ready to die. Like that's what the button says.
Do they have one next to it that says I'm not ready to die?
Dying is legal, but not euthanasia. A spokesperson for the Last Resort, the group behind the device, says its legal advice was that the pod could be used, but on the day it was used, the Swiss Interior Minister said it was not legal.
The Sarko suicide capsule is not legally compliant in two respects. Firstly, it does not meet the requirements of the Product Safety Act and therefore may not be placed on the market. Secondly, the corresponding use of nitrogen is not compatible with the purpose of the Chemicals Act.
So what do they do? Like maybe put some type of juice in there to make you go to sleep, and then they start pouring the stuff that makes you die in there after you're asleep? Is that how?
Sounds like they starve you of oxygen, so you pass out in hypoxia, and then they don't put oxygen in, so you die.
So, Tom, isn't that kind of like when Payne Stewart's plane, didn't the decompression thing went awry, and it was hypoxia that killed him first, and that puts you to sleep, right? So when the plane crashed at 7,000 miles an hour, they weren't even alive. They were already dead, were they not?
I don't know if they were dead, but they were unconscious. But
I think that Stark, Lummy, you know how all these prisons and various states that still have the death penalty, they're always, bickering about how they're going to kill you.
Yeah.
And then the drug companies don't want to give you the special TT99 concoction because they don't want to be, one of the biggest issues that state penitentiaries have that have the death penalty is getting the stuff that by lethal injection, the medicines that kill you, the drug manufacturers will not sell to the penitentiaries because they don't want to be noted as, the people that are contributing to killing people. Well, if you had one of these pods, there's not a big market for it. You might only be able to sell about 15 or 20.
You're working for that endorsement for these pods, aren't you, Bubba?
No.
Like it.
If I was going to kill myself, I'd hop in one of these illegal pods right now.
No, but what I'm saying is
type in Bubba for 25% off.
At Stark, the next time they go to kill somebody, it's always a big whodunit, lethal injection. Well, just say, buddy, we're just going to put you in this pod. You're going to go. We're going to shut the door, and it's going to put you to sleep. And then it's going to throw some gas in there that kills you. Maybe you can put the state logo on it and everything. Maybe you can get it, you know what I'm saying?
Are they getting these people on murder charges?
I don't know.
Last Resort says its co-president has been detained along with 3 other people. According to the group, the deceased who had health
they got a nice metal flake on the deal, right? It's not just a standard blue. They got the metal flake.
problems had passed psychiatric tests. And help is available if you or someone you know is struggling with suicidal thoughts. You can head to CNN.com for those global resources.
Now, is this CNN America?
I think there is only CNN America.
Well, we got this this hot British chick.
Is she an immigrant, Bubba? You want to figure her out?
I don't know what the hell she's doing, but she's hot as hell.
We got CNN Global News.
Tom Bean and I have completely different tastes. This is Tom Bean's taste right here. Not that his wife is not absolutely gorgeous and good enough, but he's more of a blonde chick than I am. I'm a brunette dude.
Oh, I didn't know he had a
The
type,
deceased who had health problems had
Tom Bean's got a type. Look at his wife.
passed psychiatric tests.
Tall and blonde.
Help is available if you or someone you know is struggling
Have
with
you ever dated a brunette? Even in your dating days?
Yeah.
suicidal thoughts. You can head to CNN.com for those global results.
I got to tell you, man, if you could get it, the government to get behind you on this, that seems like a pretty cool way to go, right?
Yeah.
I mean, what other way? Blow your brains out, hanging.
Yeah, well, I don't really think we have to give out the recipes for it. People know.
All right, so Lummy, we've already got it set up for you and Seth. We've got to start exploiting these children. I mean, we are all working so hard.
We do. Sorry, Macho wanted me to hit it because we got Alex at 9:15.
And Tom's got to go.
Yes.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
You don't have to wear them.
I don't want to. I don't want to take them if I'm gonna take them away from somebody that already bought them.
No, I think you're good. I think I put a pair down for you.
That's what we all say when we don't want something. We're like, just sell them. Make the money.
Yeah.
I don't want.
No, they're your shoes unless you don't want
See you,
them.
Tom.
Should I wear them tonight?
Yeah, I'm wearing mine tonight.
Are you?
Yeah.
To the goat rope.
The goat rope. I thought all of my life, when I'm talking about something being a fucked up deal, I've called it that all my life. I've never called it a goat rodeo.
It's a goat rodeo.
Oh no, I know. I've since I looked it up. I asked my sister. I said, Tara, when I say things are a goat rope, why didn't you ever correct me? And she's like, I just thought that that's just your way of being dumb and messing it up on purpose.
It's just Bubba speak.
Yeah, it's Bubba speak. My family understands it well.
All right, guys.
Bye, T. I'll see you, buddy.
Where's Tom Bean? I'll see you tonight.
We'll get there about 7.
Yeah, I think Gene and I are meeting Brian and his wife out there for dinner earlier. So.
Oh, Council Oak,
Wow, Brian really fucking making this the Grammys.
That's right.
You better make him buy too, buddy. So we need to start. Listen, Sammy and Walker need to get to work, and we need Sammy needs to act like she's drinking some Zimas, and Walker needs to be a Miller Lite guy, and we can have them both there just fucking slamming them. But really, there's apple juice or whatever Sammy likes, and whatever Walker really likes, we stick it in there.
No, I've been excited about exploiting my child.
Well, and if we shoot them like this, where it's just the back, maybe put Sammy's hair up in a little cute little.
All right, don't worry about her hair.
What I'm saying is, we shoot her from behind, where you can't see her. See, like this kid here, you really can't. You can't. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I can.
You can't, you can't really identify that kid.
Yeah.
And you put Walker and her, and they both cheer each other, cheers, and then they slam it.
We can get Babyface's.
Maybe we get Walker to do the Stone Cold gimmick where he takes 2 of them together.
Oh yeah.
And downs them down both at the same time.
And then gives the stunner off. Couple middle fingers.
Then he takes another little kid beside him and gives him the stunner.
That's right.
You smell like an organic food store. Yeah.
Smell me.
Yeah, no. You smell like okay, all right. Your barrel chest is smothering me.
Macho wanted me to announce mandatory evacuation for Zone A.
Alright. Zone A, I'm fucking Zone A. I'm Zone A, buddy, out of town.
Seth, what are you doing, buddy? You okay?
I'm Zone A. He just killed me. Lummy, I'm Zone A. As the executive producer, don't you think I should take care of my family?
I want to show you a wrist lock.
You got to see the wrist lock first, Seth.
Ow!
You got to tap out.
Oh.
Unless you don't want to tap out. No, you got to tap my hand.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Macho said it's only in Hillsborough. That's what Macho said.
I'm tired of hearing Macho Says. Are we playing a game called Macho Says?
Yeah,
Macho
why doesn't Macho tell us?
Because you can't talk through the glass.
Macho says.
He wanted me to tell.
Macho says, stand on your left foot. Macho says, put your right foot down. Macho says, put your left foot up.
Wait, how are they evacuating Hillsborough and not Pinellas?
Macho said that.
Macho says.
It's got to be.
Do we have Alex Stein?
Yes, we do.
Do we have anything to play?
No, not really. I figured we'd just talk about his big performance with Tucker and Roseanne. I mean, he has his ex where he's just kind of walking into the hallways, promoting it.
Yeah, he doesn't have. He had some backstage stuff, but I think he was live. I think he went live last night for a little bit.
Myself, but
no, I don't think there was any good footage worth.
It's kind of like him in the dressing room.
Yeah.
I figured he'd just talk about how much he marked up Tucker.
I
put you over, Bubba.
I'm interested to see how it went.
He didn't mention me one time.
I'm sure he did. We talked about it yesterday. He said he was going to talk to Tucker about
Sure. So we'll play this one story, and then this will take us to.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All at the Bubba Army now returns.
Lummy, guess what? Macho says.
Macho says Hillsborough County evacuation.
Well, Macho's got an open mic. I don't. Anytime we're on the air, I don't want to hear Macho says when Macho has the ability to say it himself via his open mic.
It doesn't work off air. Sorry.
So
I sent you the link for it's for mobile homes and stuff.
Okay, so it's not for Seth.
I don't know about anything else. This is Hillsborough. And somebody in chat brought it up.
I was heading straight to Tennessee after the show today.
So thank you, chat.
Hillsborough County issues mandatory evacuation for Zone A and all mobile and manufactured homes ahead of the tropical storm. Hillsborough County, Florida, has issued a mandatory evacuation for Zone A and for all mobile homes and manufactured housing within the county starting at 9 a.m. today.
Pinellas.
This is 5 minutes old.
Pinellas can't be too far behind, and I'm Zone A, so.
The county has opened up 6 shelters for residents in evacuation Zone A, those whose homes are vulnerable to storm surge and flooding, and for manufactured homes that are susceptible to wind damage. Below is a list of shelters open to the here. Well, here you go, Seth. Burnett Middle, pet friendly. Durant High, pet friendly. What do they do when these pets decide to lay big Lincoln logs
you take them out
on the gym floor? Yeah, you take them out.
Not in the hurricane. I mean, you got to clean it up, and that didn't happen.
Some pets can't hold it in.
Well, I know.
Like some pets, listen, I'm used to holding it, and I'm potty trained at my house, but I'm not potty trained at Sickles High School.
Pet friendly means that they know that there's going to be dog accidents.
Sickles High School, pet friendly. Reddick Middle School, elementary school, pet friendly. And Irwin Technical College, there's where we need to go. Special needs only, pet friendly. Because, you'd be like, special needs shelters are only for residents with medical issues that require electricity assistance or cognitive issues that would not be supported in a general population shelter. Now, let me ask you a question.
Don't let me roll up in there with my 4 medications. They'll definitely let me stay.
So, do all high schools have I don't think that all high schools have generators. And can you imagine the size of a generator you would need to be able to power an entire high school?
Have you seen these new schools they're building? They do. They have them. Real quick, Big Woody said that it's Pinellas County Zone A is also mandatory evacuation.
All right. Adios.
So Macho said, but with a lot of these schools, Bubba, and it's like their gyms. Their gyms have separate
systems.
Yeah. Or like wherever it is, like maybe it'd be in the lunchroom or somewhere like that. They have a separate
wherever
system.
they put you, like shop. I don't even know that they have shop anymore.
Some schools do. Countryside did.
But you hear what's going on? I have to flee. I'm not going to make it tonight or Thursday or tomorrow.
Good. Fine. Give back your tickets.
You're not worried about my safety? You worried about the tickets?
I don't care what you do.
I'm evacuating. I have nowhere to go.
I don't care what you do.
They booted me,
including not showing up for work for
Seth,
however many
Hard
days.
Rock will be secure.
for however many days you feel you need to be out. Go ahead, take them.
I don't like the way you're treating me. I didn't evacuate myself.
No. What do you mean? I can't treat you. I can't.
I'm homeless, Bubba.
I can't have a better opinion than what I'm having.
I didn't feel like
I don't care. Do what you got to do to be safe in your own little peanut head with your family, with your family kicker.
Okay.
And your little peanut brain there.
I'll talk to Macho about this. He understands this.
Yeah, evacuate. Yeah, I'm evacuating. I'm afraid of everything except weight. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but he's gonna fly in that little paper airplane he has too.
Yeah. Let's take that in to be the storm hunter.
It's safer than a Cybertruck.
Take that in. Have you picked up your big wing glider?
Yes, I have pictures. So we moved it. Now we just got to put it together and hope it works.
Are you and Jacob putting it together?
No, my dad and I are putting it together.
All right.
He won't get in that thing.
Well, it's only one person.
Correct.
Right.
But he's not going to fly it.
Well, he's probably not. He probably doesn't have the skill set.
He won't even climb a mountain with me.
Right. Okay. Well, Seth.
Yeah.
If you don't want to go tonight, that's fine.
I'll be Bubba. I'm going tonight. I'll make plans with my family, during the afternoon today, and I'll let you know where we're going to flee. We're probably just going to stay there.
Do you need a generator, some water?
Don't you live on the second floor?
No.
Okay.
I mean, we have a second floor.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, just when the wind comes through, Seth, just because the floodwaters drive you up. And then the second floor flies off.
It's a little inconvenient that downstairs is flooded, but we're upstairs okay.
I lost my Ford Fusion the last time, we had flooding.
This is the video that they think a can tell it's empty right there.
Yeah.
So, Lummy, next time you go to a game, film, does Walker like apple juice or what does Walker prefer to drink?
Water.
Okay, but
water and milk. That's
right.
it.
Well, just get a Miller Lite can, wash it out like at home.
Of course.
Get a Miller Lite Tall Boy. Get a Miller Lite Tall Boy. And wash it out, like really, really wash it out so there's no remnants. And then just put ice cold water in there and then have somebody, have Ashley or you, whoever, one of the parents will be sitting by, and shoot him from behind so you can't get a good bearing on him. And have him just be, slugging water right out of the Miller Lite can.
There you go.
You know how many millions of hits we're going to get?
Millions.
Jake Paul, I didn't get it. I wanted to get into this with Tom Bean, but he's gone. Obviously, Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. Seth said it best, and it's just been too much time for them to have to keep milking this out in order to remain relevant. Their fight that's happening in November.
Yeah, they got 2 more months, and it was supposed to happen, 2 months ago?
And you can see that he's obviously wearing a suit, because look at his arm color here, and then look at his, to me it looks like, Lummy, it's not only a belly suit, but it's also a man boob suit.
Oh, yeah, you can see those dents in his boobies.
Right. So supposedly this is Jake Paul bench pressing 500 pounds, and people are saying, look at his belly, and it appears to be like a fake belly suit. And why would you do that?
Look, who was this? The New York Post or whatever? Like,
and
they think it's real.
And secondly, listen, people may not may clown me for this, but I used to be a competitive bench presser. My body's made for. I got a barrel chest and short arms, and so I competed in college in competitive bench press. My best ever was 585. And that's touch and go. That's all the way down, pause it for a half a second and push up without lifting your butt, both feet on the ground, ass on the bench, shoulders on the bench. You can arch your back. It's the best I ever did. And I'm telling you right now that these weights right here are fake. These are fake weights. Because I don't think Jake Paul, they're claiming this is 500 pounds.
UPR, 500 pounds. I'm the strongest heavyweight in existence. No spot. Let's go, man. Let's go, kid.
First of all, let me just tell you a few things wrong with this. First of all, if you're going to bench press 500 pounds, you're going to have your elbows wrapped.
Yeah.
I mean, Mach, you can help me out with this. You know as much as I do. First of all, you're going to have your elbows wrapped. And the other thing is, no matter how strong you are, you always have somebody help you take it off the rack.
Absolutely.
At 500. Now, at 315, maybe even 405, you might be able to de-rack it. But at 500, you got a guy that's either in the middle or on either side that help you de-rack it. Then they step away. I mean, if we're competitively bench pressing, then you step away. Even world-class bench pressers, for the most part, don't take 500 off the rack themselves.
When I hit 180 back in 01, Bubba, I had 3 spotters.
When you had 180?
When I hit 180, back in 01, I had 3 people spot me.
Secondly, there's no way. There's no way that he could de-rack 500 this easily.
Not with those small arms.
No way. No way. I mean, Mach, there's just no way.
I've actually seen bumper plates that are like 10 to 15 pounds that are that big.
I know. They make it like, the money that we have for the cash cube that looks real. They make weights that are this big, but they weigh 25 pounds. Because you know what? They're made out of plastic. Now, if you had 500 pounds, Mach, when you bench press, you hear the tinging of the plates. You hear it.
Absolutely.
Listen, there's no tinging here. Do you know why? Because it's plastic.
Lightweight, come on. Ooh, there you go.
D-Rax it himself. Fake.
Yeah, that's fake. You can tell by the flow. There's no
100% fake. And secondly, you didn't hear the tinging of the plates as you're going up.
Download better, play better picks.
What a prick.
What a dick.
He's just playing it up, and then he also did like eating fried chicken.
He's wearing the fat suit because Mike Tyson called him fat.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know who thought any part of that was real. For any once you see him wearing the stomach and doing like I thought it was just a bit to promote the fight.
I'm gonna look for Amazon for these 25-pound, and I'm gonna start doing. Me and Macho are gonna start doing 700-pound benches.
Let's do it. Go viral.
Fat 60-year-old benches 705. Do we have Alex ready to go?
Once we give him the Zoom call or Zoom link.
All right, let me go to words. Can we set him up?
Yes, sir.
All right.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
We went from, hey, this morning the show started, hey, look, everything's all clear, to now we are evacuating. Oh. I wonder if there's any jokes that, I wonder what his best joke was and what fell flat, if anything fell flat.
This was in Dallas, wasn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah. It was a big arena, sold out.
It was, yeah, Fort
Did you get to Matt Hoxie?
Yeah, 25. It was in Fort Worth.
Love you, Matt Hoxie.
Lummy, what's your flood zone over here?
Well, it matters which house you're talking.
Yeah.
Well, no, the one in Tampa, not Wesley Chapel.
Like B or C? Yeah, I think C.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's high up.
At my mansion in Tierra Verde, I was.
You're A.
Whatever's. No, there's something worse than A.
There is worse than A.
Oh, really?
You're
That's
in
like
with because it's kind of how my dad is. You're where like the mobile home parks are.
Like no,
They
because
love them in with A.
I was on an island that had direct. I didn't. You know, we were on an island that had direct exposure to the we were fucked.
Yeah, but you probably stayed at your mansion, right?
Yeah, it's like it's the
I
first
did.
one.
Every one of them
is the barrier islands, like the beaches and stuff.
Okay, and then
mobile home.
mobile homes in A and LA. Oh my God. It's just always great when you get to go home and, talk to your wife about like, so what the fuck? What do we do? What should we go? Should we stay here?
You should. There's not. It's not. It's.
Well, no, I know. I'm just. It's
going to be a non-event.
Well, we gotta just at least
have a conversation.
Yeah. Well, Raider swag. I like it. Yeah, Texas. They're built for it tough. No, I bet he did well, Fat Pig, honestly. He's been in so many situations where he's been nervous before, doing those bits, approaching people in tense situations.
Who's that?
Alex.
You said he was all nervous yesterday.
No, I know. That's what someone was the Fat Pig was telling me. I was like, but I think he's going to be able to deliver just because he's been nervous in, high pressure situations before.
He was trying to impress
Tucker?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we got the two dogs too. Plus, Phoebe's parents were supposed to come stay with us because they're in a mobile. So, okay, so Friday it's supposed to hit us?
Who knows now?
Oh,
Are they gonna
man.
cancel school for Friday?
What's that?
They're canceling school for Friday now?
Are they?
Well, I mean, shit. I mean, they're...
Might as well.
I think you're going to have to now. What's up, Grouper Lips?
Might as well say it.
They shouldn't have canceled today, but they got to give people time to get ready and stuff. Like I said, get the school ready to be a shelter, or schools ready.
I could never in a million fucking years go live in a shelter on a cot.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're in a mobile home, you didn't have anybody. I mean,
I always will have somebody.
I know, but
I'll always have a fan that'll let me come over and stay.
Not everybody has fans.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Now return.
Just like, we do Alex. Do we do Alex every Wednesday? It is every Wednesday,
Yes,
right?
it is.
Just like we used to do Tucker every Tuesday, until he forgot about me. But speaking of Tucker, somebody that Tucker did not forget about is the primetime pimp on a blimp. Alex Stein standing by with his Beretta. What's Beretta? Is that like a new endorsement for you?
No, it's just a
the gun.
Nice gun hat somebody gave me. I need to go buy a Beretta.
You need to get more. You need to get more endorsements.
I agree.
He needs a My Pillow endorsement.
Well,
no, I don't. I don't have a code. I could get one. I'm friends with Mike Lindell.
What about the Raiders gimmick? Just trying to be a little bit of a out. Just hard ass.
Well, everybody knows I'm a diehard Cowboys fan, but the franchise is just, I mean, here
McCarthy,
in Dallas.
Is everybody just flipping out over get rid of this fat ass immediately?
Yeah, we want Bill Belichick. But, I mean, will Bill Belichick really fix us? And,
No.
You know,
Look at Bill in his latter days of New England. I mean,
Yeah, but Bill and Jerry Jones would be a great combination, at least for the entertainment factor and drama.
And here's the deal. The Cowboys have got the talent. Like they're
not
just,
really.
they're-
We don't have any defensive linemen. Or Trevon Diggs, our best corner. I mean, he's good, but we don't really have any secondary. We don't have a defensive line. We don't have any linebackers. Our defense is bad. I mean, our defense is not. Our offense is good.
The Saints put up 44 on you. I mean, please.
Oh, and then we don't have a running back. You know, everybody's complaining. That's like the narrative too. Is that Jerry Jones said he couldn't afford Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's wife lives in Dallas, is from Dallas. They have a house here. And Derrick Henry's agent is the same agent as Dak Prescott.
And he probably would have given him a very much a friendly deal. He didn't. I mean, Derrick Henry isn't running that well right now.
No, he's
anyway.
doing great, Bubba.
Yeah. Is he?
He got 200 yards against the Cowboys. He had 144 rushing and I think 40 receiving, and I think he had 2 or 3.
They could have gotten Aaron Jones.
But
They
the
could have
Cowboys
gotten
got
Derrick Henry.
Ezekiel Elliott back.
Yeah, but that ship has sailed. That's like having Emmitt Smith when he played for the Cardinals.
Well, and Emmett had like 1 or 2 good years with the Cardinals, but this is better than Zeke's had since he's left Dallas. But this is the terrible thing about Zeke is that we're still paying him $8 million this year from his original contract. So we're paying Zeke $10 million. We're paying him $2 million plus the $8 million that we owed him from guaranteed money from his first contract.
I mean, it's in shambles right now.
And did you see he got caught talking about Jerry Jones talking about how he measured people's penis?
Yeah, Jamie Foxx had to end the stream when he was.
And I
talking
heard
about,
Seth say it was some of the big pops. And we got to play the video, but I had a joke. It's like, I love the LGBTQ community. I have a lot of gay pride. I've been a Dallas Cowboys fan my whole life, and that did get a pop. But people were a little pissed too that I made fun of the.
Well,
Cowboys.
let's first backfill on the fact that we have one Alex Stein out with his standard Wednesday appearance. He opened up for Tucker and Roseanne last night in Dallas. And, Pimp on a Blimp doesn't usually get nervous. He's usually pretty unflappable. He's been in a lot of big situations. But you arguably, or I should say admittedly, were a little bit nervous over this one. And so when it was go time, first of all, I want to know, what time did you get there? How many hours before the event? Did you have your own little dressing room?
I had my own dressing room. I was in the Dickies Arena. They do a bunch of college basketball tournaments. I had my own basketball locker room. It had a head coach's office. I had a training table. The nicest thing, I can't go back to a comedy club. I mean, I'm ruined. They had a charcuterie board. They had a refrigerator. They had monitors. They had
if you had that, what did Tuck and Roseanne have?
My locker room or dressing room was across the hall. So theirs was like the creme de la creme, but mine was the actual team basketball. So I was in the lockers with all the.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean,
I had a couch. I was laying down on the couch.
When we did that fight, we were in the middle of a warehouse. I mean,
that was garbage. I mean, Bubba, I don't know. Honestly, and Paige said this, Pre-Paige said this, she's like, Alex, enjoy it. Because then I got done. I had a blast last night. I think we stayed out till about 1 in the morning, maybe 1:30. And, we went out with Tucker's team. Tucker stayed at a friend's house. So we only, really didn't get to hang out with him much after, but we hung out with the people that work for Tucker. And I'm sad that it's over. I don't know. It's kind of like I'm coming down.
It was kind of like your Super Bowl and okay, what do I do now? I will have to go back to comedy clubs to support, my brand, but where do I go from here?
Well, and I've been hyper focusing on it. I forget, I got to fly tonight at 9 p.m. to go to Seattle, Washington to speak at the University of Washington for Turning Point. And I just, my house, I got to clean it up. I got to pack. I just got a lot of stuff I've been not even thinking about.
Are you not on the Blaze tonight?
I'm on the Blaze tonight, and then I take a red-eye flight to Seattle, Washington.
Yesterday about 4 o'clock was flipping through my channels on all the channel, and I watched Glenn's show a little bit.
Glenn was there last night. Glenn watched my entire set. That was a little, and that's the thing is I only had 15 minutes, but they're like, really, we got to do 12 minutes now because this singer, this Moms of Liberty, they're kind of moving it because, I was opening act. So then I had to kind of self-edit a little bit
But you got your boss there. You got
everybody there.
Are you happy? Are you happy
sold
with
out
how
of
you
it?
did?
Yeah, I'm happy. They laughed. I mean, like I think one of the most controversial jokes I said. I think I said it with you guys. It's like I talk about how white people love dogs more than humans. That's why they'll switch and they'll merge in 3 lanes of traffic to go save a stray dog. And then I say, a Haitian will merge in 3 lanes of traffic to eat that dog. And then I go into, I know a lot about dogs. Dogs have races. For example, like Chihuahuas are Mexican, Yo Quiero, Taco Bell. Golden Retrievers, obviously white people. They're the best behaved. They laughed at that. And then I go, Pit Bulls are black people. Because pit bulls are 13% of the dog population, but they commit 70% of the dog assaults.
Oh, man. Did you get a pop on that?
Yeah, they like that.
That was his best one.
Man, that was that's
well, they love the Biden COVID. I said, I do the misdirection, or I don't even know if it's that technically a misdirection, but I'm like, a lot of people think that Kamala Harris staged a coup to make Joe Biden drop out of the presidential race. That's not true. Joe Biden dropped out of the presidential race once he got COVID because he realized he couldn't smell little children anymore.
Oh, I like that. I love that.
Love that.
So far, all 4 of them have been great.
Every joke I think landed. I mean, I think there was one. Oh, I did a kind of a bad Chinese impression. I talked about how the media is fake and how they didn't ask Trump one time about the assassination attempt on his life during the debate, but they did fact check him when they said that they're eating cats and dogs. And then I go, well, I did my own investigative journalism, and I called the top Chinese buffet in Springfield, Ohio. And I asked Mr. Ming from Ming's Chinese Buffet, how's business? And I did a crude, business booming. Once they found out we have cat and pork fly lice, we sold out. And they were kind of like, people were freaked out about that. But
a little cringe on that.
They're like, bring back the black jokes.
Bring back the black jokes. This is Dallas.
We had the black jokes. They love that. Oh, this is a joke that hit, and I went after it. Well, I didn't go after, but I love Charlie Kirk. I'm speaking for his organization. He's helped me out a lot. But I made this joke. I was like, I think I said this to you guys last week, but Charlie Kirk, a friend of mine, recently got in some hot water because he said that he would be hesitant to get on a plane if he noticed a pilot was black. Not me. I love when I see a black pilot because that means we can smoke weed on the plane. So, and I'm flying Spirit Airlines, so you need to be high to get on that airline.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't like that? They like that. They do that.
Which one would you think did the best, and if you were to rate the best?
No, this is the one that did the best. I think they got the biggest pop was when I said Mexicans will add anything to their car except for proper license and registration. I believe that was one. I'm not kidding. See, this is the only thing. My only complaint. I have no complaints. The Tucker angle. It's good, but you couldn't hear the crowd. Luckily, I had my crew recording, but I mean, you could hear the crowd, but you couldn't hear it that well.
As far as them popping,
I mean, you can hear when they really popped, but just because the mic is so isolated. But I got BTS crowd footage, so we're gonna put together. And then we hung out with James O'Keefe. I don't know if you're familiar with his work.
I am a little bit.
No, he's great.
How was Roseanne? Did she do well?
She did well. She went off on talked about how they stole the Republic, this and that. I mean, she went off. She was awesome. She was ripping cigarettes in her dressing room. They had to close the door to her dressing room. She was sitting back there.
She's burning heaters back there?
Just heating it, just ripping them. Not even
caring, right? No care in the world. I'm Roseanne.
Ripping
Tucker
cigs.
Probably was ripping too, knowing him.
Well, he has Zins, I think. He was on Zins, but Tucker was so nice.
Not to make it about me. Did you mention me at all?
A little bit. We did mention you.
You did?
I did. Yeah, of course. Well,
it was bad news too.
What? It's funny because I could have talked to Tucker more, but I only talked to him twice. I talked to him at the VIP meet and greet, and then I just said thank you, towards the end of the night because everybody was hounding Tucker.
Right,
so I was just going to be like, I'm going to just kind of thank you. How you doing? He met my dad. My dad was backstage. Of course,
sure.
I couldn't get my dad. I'm like, Dad, shut the heck up. You're bugging Tucker about, get back in here and eat this charcuterie board.
Right. Quit marking out.
My dad was marking out.
So how did my name get mentioned?
Well, I mean, we were just talking in the VIP section, and I was like, our mutual friend Bubba said he texted you. Did you see what he posted? He's like, no, I haven't had a chance to look at it. That's what he told me.
Oh, okay. And he probably won't.
Well, I just asked him if
do you think that we're still friends, him and I?
Yeah, but Bubba, he's not. That's the thing about Tucker is I know that I think you got in hot water because of the media matters and all that stuff. But now that he's independent, I don't think that he has any like.
No, I know, but like we were like Tucker and I
Yeah, he remembers that you guys are friends.
Well, hold on. He remembers that you were friends. Well, I would hope that we're still friends.
Like he doesn't remember, like he's forgotten who you are. I think that he was on your radio program for that long.
6 years. But we were as close as you and I. Like, you know,
we were that close. I mean,
well, yeah, because you stay at my house and stuff, and but I don't know. I just feel as if there's something missing there with regards to something that I'm missing, obviously.
Well, everybody's trying to get his attention, and I think that he just how he values his time or his attention because it is limited. So he probably is, not as receptive as when you reach out, just because he's getting so many people hitting him up. I mean, he's a superstar. He was leading this whole thing. It was at capacity seating. They had to. I got about 15 free tickets for people. The first list that people had decent tickets. I did a day of list too. They were sitting behind the stage. They were sitting, they were in like section 304. They could.
What do you think Tucker makes for an event like this? 200.
Well, it costs a lot because the venue is very nice, but it was capacity and everybody was drinking.
Does his promotional company come in and rent the venue, or does the venue rent Tucker? Like, is he the promoter, or does a promoter put it on?
Well, it's his tour, and then it was crazy. I didn't realize this, and I don't think this is too much inside baseball. I don't think that Tucker's team would care, but so Alex Jones was just on my show, and Alex was like, "I really want to go to the Fort Worth show." Alex was literally just in Pennsylvania at his Pennsylvania one, and so I call Tucker's producer. I'm like, "Hey, Alex Jones really wants to go to the Fort Worth one. He doesn't care. He just wants to hang out." And they said
no.
Well, it's not no. They wanted him, but the venues. So they had to find Reading, Pennsylvania is one of the only venues that would let Alex Jones be a guest.
So you're saying, man, that even
the stadiums. That's what I couldn't believe. The stadiums
where
say
Alex Jones has done nothing to this stadium. He's never done anything to make this stadium think anything different. He's other than the way he's lived his life and some of the judgments against him and some of his conspiracy theories, but that he's never had an event there where people went wild. He's never had an event there where the place got tore up. He was just going to come in as a guest of a friend, and the venue said that's how blackballed he is.
Yeah, because they were going to do, him and that's why Reading, Pennsylvania is one of the places. But there's a couple other venues they tried to book Alex Jones because they were gonna we're gonna have you no matter what. And a bunch of venues said no. They just straight up said safety risk no. But they did get it done. But apparently Fort Worth's one of the venues that said no. I couldn't believe it.
But realistically, and I'm not sticking up for what he said. I'm not sticking up for his opinion on Sandy Hook. Yeah. And he has since said that he feels he's wrong about that. And I'm not sticking up with the fact that he completely mishandled his trial by not showing up, and he did a lot of things wrong. That shouldn't judge you with your ability to go to a venue as a guest to watch somebody. He didn't kill anybody.
No.
He didn't touch any kids. He didn't take grandma's 401k. He didn't do, he just, he exercised his First Amendment right. And that is a slippery slope in the fact that, you can say anything you want. You literally can. But sometimes it comes with consequences, as we both know. And that's the only thing he's guilty. That's the only thing he's guilty of.
But he's really not guilty of that. One of the reasons they came down hard on him is because he was talking about it, and they said that the rhetoric that he was saying is what encouraged other people to go talk to the family. So he didn't even do it. I don't want to get into much of the weeds because YouTube censorship. You got to be very careful talking about this school.
Right. Smallick Schmones. Say it.
It's not him. It's just Schmanny Schmook. You can't say that on YouTube. That is you have to be very careful when you speak about that event.
Schmanny Schmook.
Yeah.
Says Andy Heshook.
My point is, he got a bigger judgment.
No, but I can talk about Sandy Hook by saying in Sandy Hook, I believe it went down the way the press reported it.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's like a key trigger word.
No, I know, but I believe
talking about that.
And I believe that Alex completely had that wrong, and I completely think he mishandled that whole situation. And I found it offensive, his position on that, his initial position that got him in court, that got the families upset with him, that got the families harassed, was wrong.
Yeah, but even if it's wrong, he's allowed to have a wrong opinion.
No, you're right.
Legally,
you're
yeah.
right. But then people also have the right to lawyer up and run you through the legal system and ruin your life. And that's what happened. Unfortunately, I mean, it did. It's happened to me. My big mouth has gotten me blackballed in certain instances, not near on the level. I mean, I think that the venue that you had your event last night.
Dickies Arena would have let Bubba the Love Sponge in, yeah.
Maybe.
They retweeted me. I'm controversial.
I think you just would
on their Instagram.
I think you just maybe would have listed me down as Bubba Clem. You know, Bubba Clem. You're not Bubba the Love Sponge Clem. If I was
but you legally changed your name to Bubba the Love Sponge.
I know,
right?
but on my ID it says Bubba the Love Sponge Clem. So if you were to take my middle name out of it, it would be Bubba Clem. Wow. So make sure you put that down when I appear in any of your appearances.
Yeah,
that tends to work. So everything's going good for you?
Yeah, I'm tired. Like I said, we were out because this is in Fort Worth. So I think we left we went to like a bar restaurant that was after the thing till like 1:30 with James O'Keefe. We're talking about Hey,
tell Glenn I like his white mics. I like that.
Yeah, those Lewitt mics. No, they look nice.
And then he's got this other configuration where he's got these mics that literally look like they're hanging just from the ceiling.
That's what he does. That's his deconstructed set when he does his individual podcast. That looks cool.
That kind of looks cool.
Yeah, and then they have the big lights. They kind of bring them down. Looks really
it's kind of like warehousey, kind of, right?
It is warehousey. And what's funny is because Glenn has like some of the best sets. But then one of his favorite sets is like a non-set like that. You know, it's like a deconstructed set. It's just funny. He's got all kinds. He has a set where it looks like he's on the 100th floor of a nice building. You know, he's got all kinds of sets. But that's one of his.
Did Glenn come up and say, "Hey, boy, you did good"?
No, but we talked before. We didn't talk after.
Did he give you some advice for before?
Not really.
Yeah.
No. I didn't bug him. I don't like to bug Glenn. I don't like to bug Tucker. I don't like to bug Glenn. Like
I don't bug him either, but I would be saying hi to him.
Oh, of course I said hi. I probably should have gone to talk to Glenn after it. I didn't, but I did talk to him before, and Glenn is always just very nice.
I'm going to see Dion tomorrow.
In Colorado?
In Orlando.
Oh yeah, you're gonna go to the hotel.
Yeah,
but
UCF, no. I think I'm going. I think I'm going to practice.
And UCF has that KJ Jefferson Lummy that's pretty good.
Yes. Yeah. You're going tomorrow, Bubba, or Friday?
Tomorrow. He told me tomorrow.
Oh, they might be flying in with the storm.
They're flying in now. They're getting they're flying in tonight.
And the weather's bad right now. You guys are about to get another hurricane.
Yep.
Yeah, it's bad. Weather's bad. They're about to get another hurricane. But Lummy,
I got to evacuate.
So how cool?
No, Seth, you have to evacuate from Clearwater.
No,
or whatever,
he doesn't have
from
to
the
evacuate.
Well, I mean, it's mandatory evacuations, but I guess I don't have to leave, according to Bubba.
Yeah. Listen, I'm going to try to get footage of me catching a pass from Shador. How cool would that be?
I think he would do it. Did you see him?
He'll do it. Because his dad be like, Shador, throw Bubba a pass. I mean,
remind him about the dirt bike you got.
Yeah, but I remember when you were 12 and you wanted a dirt bike? Bitch, I got you one.
No, you did not. You got him. When Shador let his son get on a dirt bike?
When Shador was 10 and they lived in Cedar something, Texas.
Prosper, Texas, or maybe
Prosper, Texas. When they had that really big house, Dion called me up and said, "Sponge, you got any dirt bike hookups?" So I had this guy who owned a dirt bike, a power sports place in Palm Harbor, and I got Shador a brand new like $4,000 dirt bike, and I got one of my Bubba Army guys that was a trucker that was taking a load to Dallas to drop it off. So yeah, I got Shador his first dirt bike. So I mean, I think I should probably use that to my advantage when I'm talking to you, Tim. Don't you think?
Yeah, you should. But I can't believe Dion would let his 14-year-old. I guess you would let your kid get on a dirt bike.
Of course I would. My kid got in a 900 horsepower 410 non-wing sprint car.
Yeah, no, I remember I got grounded because in 7th grade we took the bus to North Park Mall and we got in a bunch of heat. No, my dad would never let me.
Your dad ran a tight ship. Your dad probably still beat you.
Yeah, he does. He almost grounded me last night for some of the things I said.
Did you get a decent payday for last night?
Not monetarily payday, but I did get a payday.
So the opportunity, you got the opportunity, you got the rub. You know that's the rub. That's invaluable.
So many people were there that I didn't even realize were there.
It helped the brand. I mean, it really.
People I went to high school with were there. I mean, that was was actually pretty cool.
Did pay-per-view go?
Yeah, of course.
Did she see all the chicks, all the groupies you could have if you want at a moment's notice?
No, really, there wasn't that. I mean, there was some fans, but there wasn't, not a lot of that going on.
Sure, right. I mean, you're really downplaying it.
They were there for Tucker.
They were there. Tucker's a happily married guy, but Tucker is like an icon. Every woman there
is like a rock star, is he not?
Lummy's not even kidding when he says that. Like they would, as if he was. I can't think of some famous rock star.
Like Wayne Newton back in the day when he did Vegas, when girls would throw their panties on the stage for Wayne Newton and Elvis.
Exactly right. The women were loving Tucker. They
and
really
some probably pretty hot looking MILFs up in the joint, right?
There were actually. I'm not just saying that because there's this Moms for America thing that kind of put on the VIP thing. There's a lot of attractive mothers.
Now, if we, with all the polls and all this kind of things, we have Brian the Babyface Matroni has said it's all coming down to Pennsylvania.
That's what they say.
It's all they're saying. Arizona and Nevada goes red, Michigan goes red, Georgia, North Carolina goes red. I'm sorry, Michigan goes blue. North Carolina and Georgia go red, and at that point, it comes down to whoever wins Pennsylvania. Period.
And that is the main key battleground state. But I love Donald Trump. I hope Donald Trump wins, but they're not going to let Donald Trump become president of the United States.
It will happen.
I hate to be so pessimistic. I have a zero faith in. If it's all fair and square, Trump, beats Kamala. Even if it's a tough race, I do think Trump beats her because this Israel-Palestine stuff that's actually kind of fracturing the Democrats. But they're just not going to let him win Pennsylvania, or they'll figure out a way. Isn't that so stupid? We have this electoral college, and it all comes down to one state, Pennsylvania. And you're going to say, oh, well, maybe the Pennsylvanians will vote for Trump because he'll do fracking. They have such a good oil and gas industry there. But
if he would happen to pick up Michigan, then if he wins North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada, then Pennsylvania doesn't matter if he picks up Michigan. And some people say he's got a better chance of winning Michigan than he does Pennsylvania because of the iron workers or the union. Some type of union has endorsed him.
Well, I know Texas is an oil and gas state. A lot of my friends that went to LSU and then friends that I knew that went to Texas Tech, they all went and moved to Pittsburgh because the oil and gas industry is booming, or Midland, Texas, and now it's just not booming because they're making it where they shut down the Keystone Pipeline, yada, yada, yada. You can't get licenses to frack and this and that. So if they had half a brain, they would vote for Trump because when the oil and gas industry is dominating, that helps every business, the restaurant.
Well, when oil and gas are down, then it's cheaper to farm. That's where inflation on food has came from, is the fact that fuel prices to fill up your tractor, to run it up and down your field to harvest your corn and your soybeans and all that kind of stuff has gone up. So when your energy prices go up, including fuel, go up, then your food prices go up. And the core of all of that is energy. And when 100%. you can control energy, and you can get energy down through the Keystone Pipeline, through fracking, through things like that, then food goes down, fuel goes down, energy prices for your home go down. So you got that. Okay, that's how you fix that issue. Now let's tackle immigration. Let's have a mass deportation and send all the illegals out of here.
I don't think Trump, and this is not to be criticize Trump. I don't think Trump would do the mass deportation.
He said he would.
Yeah, he did.
I hope he does. I just I don't know. I'm a little mad that we spend $100 billion on Ukraine and we could only build like 20 miles.
He rolls in here and he gets he
should. Oh, and see, that's a joke. I didn't even get to get into. I was going to talk about how I go into a Haiti bit and then I go, but I recently was in Haiti. Haiti's beautiful right now. There's no Haitians there. It's incredibly safe. You can just go to the beach. You can just leave your phone in the sand. Hey, there's no better place to be, or no safer place to be right now than Labadie, Haiti, on a Carnival cruise ship. You get off the boat, like, where are all the Haitians? It's
all
incredible.
Here.
They're all here.
So anyway, my friend, Anything else going on? I think I have to talk to you privately about the Tucker deal. I feel as if you got some information for me.
Yeah, we just mentioned it. I said, Bubba's got a doc. I was like, well, Bubba the Love Sponge is going to kill me if I don't say something. We should have probably filmed that part. But I talked to him just one time on camera and then one time privately. But this is the thing. It's kind of a letdown. I mean, the event was great, but now I'm kind of like
Now you're coming off of it.
I'm coming down. Yeah, I'm withdrawing.
It's like you just had a threesome with Paige and just like the hottest bitch ever, and it's the day after, and you're like, the girl's gone, Paige is still there, and you're like, wow, that'll probably.
I'm not going to use that analogy.
I'll probably never be able to replicate that ever in my life again.
I'm just saying, I don't know how I'm going to ever go to a normal green room. They had a charcuterie board. They had dates. They had all kinds of stuff that I've never even eaten. And I've had a nice lifestyle. I'm not just, off the turnip truck. I'm not, I'm a little white trash myself. But I'm just saying, I now that I'm accustomed to that Tucker Carlson lifestyle.
Yeah.
It's hard to go back.
It's tough. I mean, I lived that life. So I had a plane, I had a mansion, I had it all, and now look at me. I'm broke, and I got tax issues. And
then listen to this. And then we're flying to Seattle tonight on American, and then I checked us into our flight, and we're row 36 D and C, the last row. We don't even get to recline.
Oh man!
Just get a blanket and have pay-per-view give you a handy.
Oh my goodness!
And then I get fired from the Blaze.
That's true. You're right. I'm sorry. Usually I'm the more sensible one, but you actually are better than I am.
Yeah, I think he knows how to fly, Bubba. I'm sure he can.
Yeah, that. Hey, listen, man. Talk to you later. What time you leave tonight?
Not till 9 p.m., but I got to get a bunch of my affairs in order before we get going.
So. All right, bud. Good talking to you.
Peace. See you guys.
Thank you, Pimp on a Blimp.
Survive the hurricane. We'll be thinking about you.
Thank you, buddy.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Probably, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I am.
It just looked like that one. It could be peak bad.
They could cancel. E.
I know. I'm sorry.
Here, just take it.
I'm so sorry. Only 2 hours late.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it turned away the food?
No, I'm gonna eat it after the show.
Oh, okay.
I can't eat it now. The show's done.
Oh no. Did she drop the ball because she was packing and shipping?
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. We're cool.
We're cool. People are way too passive about caring about us and our hurricanes. I thought Alex would offer my family his house while he's in Seattle. Look at that motherfucker.
Yeah, what now? Tell me you wouldn't have anxiety if that shit's coming.
What do you? That is what's coming.
Yeah, that's the hurricane.
That's coming, baby. Choo choo.
Right over.
I'm a train conductor for Trump. See, Ashley. They closed libraries. Fuck me.
Yeah, they want the homeless out of them.
Your kid's 69. It's luckily I'm not that worried. If it was gonna be like a Cat 5 headed straight for us, I'd be out of here.
Gone.
I'll leave my family behind, Gary. I'll take that, Danny. I'll take a shed. Yeah, you could get me on the air, Gary. Bubba would turn me down, though. I don't think he's a fan of people fleeing for safety. Whoa, they got sandbags or in black bags now? That's fucking cool.
Yeah, but you still gotta fill them up yourself.
No, I know. Dude, you know what the worst part is? When I was actually using sandbags and then having to figure out what to do afterwards with them, because I started throwing them in the garbage. Then I was like, well, these are like fucking 500 pounds. They're not going to take these. So I started having to just pour out the sand in my backyard. I didn't know what the fuck to do.
Make a little sand pit?
She was throwing them all behind the shed.
You could have spread them out over your lawn.
I had like fucking 15. It's a workout.
Did they absorb? Did they do what they were supposed to?
I don't know. We sold the house. Yeah, it did the job, you know. All right, I got an invitation from Brian and Tina so far. Hide from the rain, run from the water. No, hide from the wind, run from the water. Jason Whitlock is so adamant that Caitlin Clark got stabbed in the eye on purpose, and
and Caitlin Clark was cool about it, and so was the girl.
Yeah, I know, but
I mean, both of them couldn't have been any cooler about it.
No, I know, but Whitlock was like, he's really drilling down on it.
Yeah, I thought both of them answered it perfectly.
Yeah,
I really did.
I mean, it looks like she's doing it on purpose, but
she did. She didn't.
I do think maybe your nails should be a certain.
Yeah, I think they should have nail rags.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that's not racist or sexist.
No, I think they should have nail rags. You know, you can't have long nails and play in the WNBA.
Dude, I think Whitlock talking to Bubba would be fascinating.
Oh yeah.
About what? About anything?
I mean, he's.
Should I go on his podcast to promote my gimmick?
Yeah, well, he's with Blaze.
That black guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he is?
Yeah. Yeah, he's another guy that's been like blackballed.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
Well, do you have that script printed?
Yes, we have to add something to it.
What?
Yes, we have to add something to it, though.
Well, go ahead to it, because I got to read it.
Yes, we're macho on it.
Because it's time for me to get out of here. 7 o'clock, everybody, tonight. Hard Rock, well, not that anybody is watching can go, because they're sold out, but all of my people, it's dress casual. I'm just wearing I might break out the big boy jeans.
Oh, we can wear jeans?
I think you can wear jeans, yeah. Jeans and a button-down shirt.
Okay.
Really? Yeah, I'm gonna wear sweatshorts and a t-shirt. What are they gonna do?
Take your award away?
He's not getting any award, please.
Oh.
None of us are. We're just finalists. They got us for some tickets and an ad. Well, tomorrow, Seth will know what we won and what we didn't win. Will we not?
We'll also know if we'll be alive or dead.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
I have to say, like, it's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting, and then you have to do one, Brian.
You're making me do one?
Well, I mean, you're not in the show. You're not in the final show, are you? Like
the credits?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, don't you want to be?
Brett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello, I'm back.
This is some obviously rookie written script. I'm not going to talk about myself in third person, so we'll try to get through it the best we can. Unleash the power of pure hydration. Are you looking for a refreshment? Are you looking for a refreshment that's bold and as pure? God damn it! I'm going to smash that fucking clock. Looking for a refreshment that's bold and as pure as nature itself? Meet Aqua Beto. Appalachian spring water infused with natural minerals to fuel your day and keep you going. And to keep you going strong, whether it's pushing through a long haul or recovering from an epic adventure. Aqua Beto delivers hydration that not only quenches your thirst, but lifts your spirits. This isn't just water, it's hope and happiness in a bottle. Isn't it actually in a can? I think it is. This isn't just water, it's hope and happiness in a can, an aluminum can. Water tastes so much better out of a can, trust me. Sourced from pristine Appalachian springs, Aqua Beto is naturally enriched with essential minerals like potassium, magnesium, and calcium, with a high pH and no additives. It's the purest way to hydrate your body and elevate your day. Ready to level up